Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of the Irish Breakdown Podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. Happy Wednesday, everybody. And it is, now that's the off season, we have our buy sell hold today. But before we get there, Brian, there are a couple of things that we wanted to talk about real quick. Some news broke last night. Probably not the most surprising news to a lot of people. One, a move that we expected to see coming, but one that we definitely wanted to cover nonetheless. Running back Jeremiah Love officially declared for the NFL draft after a stellar 3 seasons in South Bend. And Brian and I both have articles out. You can see them on boards at irishbreakdown.com. You can go read the articles with our friends over at Roundtable. A lot of different ways that you can kind of go and look up our recap of his career at Notre Dame, some early next steps of what this could look like for him, potential landing spots. But I mean, Brian, Jeremiah Love's time in South Bend has came to an end, a move that we expected, but one that we wanted to reflect on for sure.
Still stings, and look, we're only going to spend a minute on it here just quickly because we'll have more on it like next week. We'll kind of talk about, have a replace and reload article, but we talk. This is why we wanted to have some of the conversations we had this past week about just the greatness of Jeremiah Love, just so that people, because like you said, we knew this was coming, and doesn't make it any less a bummer, when it is official for us. For Jeremiah Love, this is an awesome thing. I just, it's one of those things, Trev. It's like, this is one of those recruitments and one of those young men that I hold in a little bit of a different place just because of, the connection we had with him and his dad during the recruiting process, and the fact that he did his commitment on our show. And then you just watch the type of young man he became. And just, we didn't have any role in that. It's more about us being along for the ride of who he became and the player he was and his recruitment, and to see him get this opportunity to go play at the next level, which is obviously a dream of a lot of young men like him. And, with his ability and things like that. And it's a sad day for us as fans that we don't get to see him play again, but it's an awesome day for fans of Jeremiah Love because you're going to get to see him go live a lifelong dream. This was not a financial decision for Jeremiah Love. This is I'm ready to pursue my dreams opportunity for him. And I'm happy for him. And then, of course, Sporting News came out today. We're just going to be real quick at this. Sporting News came out today with their All-America team. Jeremiah Love, Leonard Moore, both first-team All-Americans. That means they are one more first-team honor away from both being unanimous All-Americans. I've got to look that up. When was the last time Notre Dame had 2 unanimous All-Americans in the same year? And if the Football Writers comes up and they're there and they have them both on the first team, then they'll both be unanimous. They've both been first team on Sporting News, AP, Walter Camp, and I always get AFCA. Now we're just waiting on the Football Writers Association of America. If they both get that, then they'll both be unanimous All-Americans. And then also Jadarian Price got his first team All-American honor of those 5 awards. He was named a Sporting News first team All-American as well. So amazing contributions. And Trev, I know you looked that up, but we'll talk more about the All-American honors once the final one comes out. But I just wanted to at least recognize that the for those 3 young men, just brilliant seasons, were recognized appropriately as first team All-Americans, because there was no more dynamic returner in college football this year than Jadarian Price.
No, not at all. I mean, the fact that Jadarian Price, we've talked about him so much. He's an unselfish player. He's an absolutely electric playmaker. And the fact that he was running behind somebody like Jeremiah Love and still racked up 674 rushing yards, 11 rushing touchdowns, 2 receiving touchdowns, 2 kick returns for a touchdown. I mean, he's a special player, man. They both are. And, personally for me, it's cool. I wasn't along for Jeremiah Love's recruitment, but it's cool that, the year that I started following the team in this capacity was also the year that he was the starting running back at Notre Dame. So definitely really cool to be a part of that journey. That's for sure. That is absolutely for sure.
There's a lot of Notre Dame fans that were there when he committed, and it was a very cool moment. And I feel like a lot of the people that were there for that kind of felt like a little bit, like a little bit connected to him as well. You hear a lot of people, I was there for that. And I just think people that met him just have a different opinion of him than maybe you might if you just see him as a football player. because he really is a unique young man. And so is Leonard Moore, and so is Jadarian Price. I mean, that's what I love about covering Notre Dame is so many of these kids are just special young men, not just elite physical talents. They're just really different, unique, special young men, and it's a great moment. But I know we got a ton of submissions today, so we've got to get to the BISO hold. But we just felt like we would be doing a disservice to these three excellent young men if we didn't at least spend a couple minutes talking about the tremendous honor that they received today. And there's one more, obviously, Football Writers Association. That's the one that kind of screwed over Xavier Watts last year. So hopefully they don't repeat that again this year and not name Leonard Moore and Jeremiah Love as first team players. We'll see.
I'd be shocked. If they didn't, but we'll have to wait and find out and see. But Brian, you brought it up. We have a lot of awesome buy, sell, hold submissions. Again, quick reminder, this is something that we do put on for our premium message board members. You see it scrolling down there at the bottom of the screen, boards@irishbreakdown.com. Our guy Salty gets a thread going. And basically the premise, you submit a question, a scenario, a comment, and after some discussion, Brian and I will discuss whether we buy it, we sell it, or we have to hold it if we just don't have all the information. We don't really, we're not swayed either side. So we have a lot of submissions up, unlike a mailbag. If you put it in the chat, we're not going to be able to get to it. But if you are a premium message board member and you did forget to get your submission in, you can always go ahead and throw in a super chat and submit a buy, sell, hold as well. But Brian, I'm ready to get this thing kicked off, man. Like you said, a lot of good submissions in there today.
Yeah, we ended up having like 70 something submissions today. When cards, I should say, today, because a lot of people obviously put some multiple ones on there, but tons of great ones today. There's a couple we had to kind of get rid of just because we can't really address certain things, and some of them are we had multiples, so people asking kind of the same question, so we had to get rid of a couple of them, but we tried to get all of them on there. Lots of great ones. But of course, Trev, our guy Salty gets us kicked off with that. If you did want it, and I know Trev said this, but if you do want to get a buy, sell, hold in there, these are for premium members only. But if you give a super chat, you can always get it on there. But as I've said before, instead of giving a super chat, just use that money if you're not a member and become a member. You're going to get a lot more value, a lot more bang for your buck. I can assure you of that.
Buy, sell, hold from Salty Virginia Peanuts. The absence of any news prior to his firing and arrest regarding the Sharon Moore debacle from those who report on and cover Michigan football, at least some of whom most certainly must have been informed by their sources given the duration of the rumors, is a damning indictment of their abject servitude to Michigan and lack of true independence or guts.
I think that's a great point. And I think this is a big problem with media in general, political and sports, and media that covers a lot of topics. You start to view your livelihood tied to the success of that program. That's true for us. I mean, look, if Notre Dame's not good, that affects our livelihood. When Notre Dame doesn't get to play in a bowl game, that affects our livelihood. When Notre Dame gets screwed out of the playoffs, that affects our livelihood. It can be a challenge to make sure that you're being honest and have an integrity when it comes to that process. When it comes to, yes, I'm tied to that, but nothing is more important. My bank account's not more important to me than my own integrity. And I mean, look, we've had to make some tough decisions over the years of how hard do we want to go at this coach? How hard do we want to go on this topic? How critical do we want to be of Notre Dame, knowing that if I come in there in this show today and I criticize Marcus Freeman, I criticize Notre Dame, I say something harsh about them, I'm going to get hate mail. From Notre Dame fans. I'm going to be called fat. I'm going to be called stupid. They're going to mock that I didn't coach at the Division I level. I only coached at 1AA and D3. Like nasty, hateful things. Why? Because I didn't toe the company line. I've had that been happening for me for a decade. And I understand in this era of social media where people can just tweet any ignorant thing they want at you and hide behind a fake name on their Twitter account, or hide behind a fake name, on the message board. And that gives them some courage that they would not lack if they saw me face to face somewhere. I understand that. That's a reality, right? So people make decisions based on, okay, well, I'm not going to touch that. I'm not going to cover that. Some people shouldn't have to. That's why we're very clear. We are analysts. I've never called myself a journalist. Never once. And so like there are things that I don't cover the way that other people in the profession who I have respect for cover. Me and Tim O'Malley have very different roles on the Notre Dame beat. I've never pretended to do what Tim does. Tim's never pretended to do what I do. Right. And that's why I've said you should value a lot of different people that cover the sport. We saw this during the Brian Kelly era. There were things that I would said during the Brian Kelly era that I got a lot of heck for, a lot of flack for, a lot of hate mail for. I've said this before. The worst things ever said to me in private messages are not from Alabama fans, LSU fans, Michigan fans, Ohio State fans, BYU fans, any other fan base that's mad about anything we might say about the program. Miami fans. The worst hate I have ever received in a private message has been from Notre Dame fans because I didn't toe the company line about Brian Kelly. So then what happened after Brian Kelly left? All of a sudden, a lot of people in the media around here started talking about the things I'd been saying for years and acting like, well, this is kind of a new revelation. So I get it. That happens everywhere. And it's sad. I think some sites and some people should be more responsible for that. But again, if I wrote an article critical of Notre Dame, if I came out hard on Marcus Freeman, what else might happen? I might lose access to the program. I might have my credential pulled. Like just in like me as in like, I mean, just anybody that's that way. I cover Michigan. Michigan has been very harsh about this from what I've been told. If you criticize the program, you lose access. If you lose access, you lose your job. You can't do your job anymore. And I think those things are very problematic in this sports world, to where if you do something critical, they can take your access away. I have a big problem with that. So, and again, this response right here, you can't report something from sources and you turn out to be wrong. You can ruin a man's career and be wrong. I understand that, but that's part of the job. If you feel confident in the sourcing that you have, then you say it. You report it. You say, hey, this is where I'm getting it from. It's also why you don't report something from just one source unless it's a direct source. But that's part of your job. And if you're too scared to be wrong, then again, you're in the wrong line of work. That's the reality of it. And so what we have seen from the Michigan fan base, and it's really worse there, in my opinion. The Michigan beat is worse than the Notre Dame beat by a mile, in the fact that they're just sycophants for that program. Not all, but a lot. And there's some that just flat out lied. There's one guy that just flat out lied. This is not true. This is not true. This is not true. There's no way that guy didn't know what was going on. And, that's kind of what happened. But like, I mean, we're kind of hitting it hard here with this first question, but that's the reality of journalism today. If you're a left-leaning politician, you're going to do nothing but bash the current administration and defend your side. If you're a right-leaning, political commentator, you're going to do nothing but stick up for the current administration, bash the left, and then the roles reversed when there's a D in office. That's disgusting to me. Truth is truth. Reality is reality. If someone on your side does something stupid, you should call it out. That's your job. If you don't want to do that, find something else to do with your career. But that's what media is now. Sports media and political media, all of it. It's like, well, this is my side, so I have to then take the side of my side. Why did we go so hard for Notre Dame about they should be in the playoffs? Because that's what we believed. If we didn't believe that, we wouldn't have fought as hard. I didn't do that to gain popularity with Notre Dame fans. I did that because it's what I felt was the truth. And if I didn't think that was true, I wouldn't have fought as hard for it. So there's a lot. So Salty came with the journalism question right away, Trev, but I absolutely buy this 1,000%.
Yeah, big picture, I definitely buy it. I agree with everything that what you're saying. Now, this could just be me being new to this kind of profession. I would also not consider myself a journalist. I didn't go to school for journalism. I've never claimed to be a reporter. I'll say this, I think it's tough. I think that there's a difference for calling somebody out for a bad coaching job than putting out a report that says, hey, did you guys know that per my sources, Sharon Moore is cheating on his wife and having, Plan B pills delivered to his office and having an affair and trying to get, I think that is a little different. I would hesitate to do that. But again, I haven't been a journalist for that long. It could be very different for somebody who's been in the profession for 10, 20, 30 years. This is just outside perspective looking in, because I don't claim to be a journalist. I could see that being difficult, more so than just hey, I'm not going to go with the status quo here and say that he's just a great coach. Like I think once you kind of cross the threshold, not you or anybody specific, but once the reporting crosses the threshold into personal live matters, then it's like, okay, you're affecting more people than just the person you're reporting about, like the wife, the kids in the situation. So that is a little bit different. But big picture, I agree wholeheartedly with everything that you're saying. If there's a stance about Notre Dame, Brian,
Am I the one that's frozen, or did Trevor freeze? Can you guys hear me right now by chance? Am I frozen, or is Trevor frozen? Thoughts? Anyone? Can anybody hear me? Okay, so Trevor's frozen. All right. So we'll move on to the next question. Hopefully Trevor will be able to get his internet fixed. We'll go to the next one here from Salty Virginia Peanut. Salty says, on balance, with the no penalty NIL deal he has, Bryce Underwood will most likely transfer from Michigan, probably, but not necessarily, back to LSU if the new coaches, Mr. Kiffin and Weiss Jr. especially, are to his liking and he is to theirs. I don't know the answer to that, Salty. I have no intel on that. I'd have no clue what he's going to do. I haven't really paid a whole lot of attention to it. I haven't really looked into a whole lot, what he's going to do. From my read on things, based on the fact that he is still at Michigan and still hasn't announced that he's going to be jumping in the portal, my read on the situation is that it would seem like he wants to play. And at Michigan. And if that's true, then I think he wants to see kind of what happens. If this keeps getting worse, and I've talked to some people that said this is going to get worse, then he may have no choice but to go pro. To go somewhere else. I'm thinking go pro because Jadarian Price just announced he's going pro, which we also expected. But that would be kind of the thing that I look at and say, hey, I'm not sure that's the case. I don't think LSU would be where he would go, though. I don't think he had an affinity for LSU by itself. It was that staff and the money they were offering. If he jumped in the portal, I would think he would be wide open to the best offers and best opportunities for his career.
Yeah, I'm with that. By the way, sorry, I had no idea what happened. Apparently, I just froze, never disconnected from the internet. Don't know what happened, but we're back. But yeah, I agree. I think Bryce Underwood would go somewhere that would serve him best. I don't think that necessarily means LSU. I think there's a lot of different options on the table for LSU and who Lane Kiffin's going to try to bring in. But I'm with you, Brian. If the situation at Michigan continues to be this bad, he might not have a choice.
Yeah. So, and just real quick, Jadarian Price did announce he's going to pro. That's absolutely what we have talked about before. We expected this as well. This should not shock anyone who's a regular listener to Irish Breakdown.
Yeah. Miso Hold from Ballpeen Shillelagh. Coach Freeman has struggled with little success to find the wide receiver development problem left by Brian Kelly, but the quarterback development has been remarkably improved.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that to a degree. I don't agree that we haven't seen wide receiver development. I think we've seen wide receiver development from a certain group of players. I think the starters have certainly improved. What I have not seen, however, is improvement from younger players. So, like, coaches can sometimes fall victim to that, where they spend all their time figuring out how to best improve the guys that are playing for me, but then not be able to have the same opportunity to develop the younger players. We haven't seen anybody that wasn't already playing at Notre Dame step in and become a guy that's playing a bunch and helping. Jordan Faison and Jaden Greathouse were making plays at Notre Dame before Mike Brown showed up. Like the guys they got from the portal were already developed by somebody else. Now, I think Mike Brown enhanced their games, but what we have not seen Mike Brown do at all is take a player who hasn't already been developed, or at least the development began with someone else, and then see them raise their game. You could maybe say KK to a degree, but they showed how much they trust KK this year by not playing him in meaningful games and meaningful situations. So, I say, okay, well, then you clearly didn't develop him very well if you don't trust him to go play, so that's kind of where I'm at on that. I think that's it's partially true. QB development has improved markedly. I mean, it's improved, certainly. Markedly, I don't know that I would say that. I mean, like we said, CJ Carr did a good job in year one. CJ Carr was a pretty ready-made guy. We saw Steve Angeli develop. We'll see what Kenny does next year. But I may not agree to the staunchness with which you say both of those things. I think in theory we're on the same page. Like in big picture, I should say, not in theory. Big picture, we're on the same page.
Yeah, I'm definitely more confident buying the first part than I am the second part. Problem is the transfer portal makes both of those really hard to decipher between the two, because it's like, okay, under Freeman, they had Tyler Buckner, but he got hurt. Drew Pine, I mean, he still went 8-2 as a starter. And then in 23 and 24, you had transfer portal quarterbacks. And then this year, I've heard some of the counter arguments against, the development of quarterback. A lot of people say CJ was already ready to go the moment he stepped foot on campus. And so I'd give the second part a little bit of an incomplete grade. The first part, though, I will buy. It's just the wide receiver development has been a little bit of a struggle. I think the best case for that is Jordan Faison. He's a much different player than what he was when he first got to campus. But to your point, him and Jaden Greathouse were both making plays the moment they arrived in South Bend. Then with some of the transfer portal receivers, I think that he helped develop their games to a degree. I think he got more out of Malachi Fields. He was a dynamic playmaker this year, but then you have some other transfer portal wide receivers that's like, I don't know how much their game developed once they got to South Bend. I don't know how much Chris Mitchell's game developed once he got to South Bend. Bo Collins kind of was who he was at Clemson when he got to Notre Dame. So both are kind of incomplete. The transfer portal makes this a much more, I guess, foggy question to answer. But yeah, big picture, I agree as well. I'm buying. From JP is for Notre Dame, Chris Ash, Mike Mickens deserve criticism that Carson Hobbs had 77 snaps the first 2 games, but only 30 snaps in the last 10 games.
Sell-ish. I mean, look, I would not have played Carson Hobbs early in the season. They only played him a bunch because Devontae Smith wasn't healthy and they didn't feel Dallas Golden was ready. In some ways, I think you could take the opposite approach. They were forced into a situation where they had to play their depth. Their depth clearly wasn't ready. They made a move after 2 games to fix the problem. In some ways, I kind of think this is what good coaching does. Like, listen, there have been times in my coaching career, whether it with me or whether with a position of a team that we've seen, or it's happened in Notre Dame, where a kid is a great practice player. And then you get to games and he can't carry in on the field on Saturday what he does on Monday to Friday. And so then what you do is you either keep putting that guy out there because he's a great practice player, or you realize, like, okay, he can't help us. He's not ready on Saturday, so let's move on to another guy at this position and bench him. That's what they did. They thought Carson Hobbs was ready. They put him out there only because Devontae Smith was injured and couldn't go 100%. He wasn't healthy at the beginning of the year, then got even more hurt, couldn't play. They turned to Carson Hobbs on a more permanent basis. I would have said they should have been more ready to move on from him like at halftime of the A&M game, but they missed on by half and went there. So, that's kind of where I'm at on that one. So, and then what do you do when a guy struggles? You kick him out of the starting lineup and you put another guy in there and you coach that guy up. And that's what they did. Sometimes that's good coaching. Like if they were trying to force feed Carson Hobbs on us because for whatever reason, they would have kept him in there beyond A&M.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like kudos. They made bad decisions, but also kudos to them for quickly moving on from those bad decisions. I mean, isn't that what we've said we would like at other positions? Hey, we know you made this decision. We understand it, but move on from it. Don't keep doing the same thing over and over again. I mean, isn't that kind of a complaint we've had on the offensive line? This staff, after 2 games, realized they had made a personnel decision and they moved on from it. That's all coaches make that quote unquote mistake. The good ones move on from it. So shout out to both of them for moving on from it. So that's why I kind of sell overall what you're talking about, because I think that's correcting an error. And they're not the first, they're not the last coaches that thought a kid was ready who wasn't ready. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. If they are going to get criticism for the first 2 games for the management of Carson Hobbs, they also deserve the praise to make the switch. The only thing I think they deserve criticism of is the overcorrection. I mean, I don't think he should have continued taking reps at nickel, but find it hard to believe that he couldn't have helped you in some capacity. I mean, there were some games where Carson Hobbs didn't even see the field. So it's not like in those 30 snaps in 10 games, he played 3 snaps in all 10 of those games. There are some he just didn't even see the field. And if I remember correctly, Notre Dame had a pretty wide margin of victory in a lot of their games after the first 3. So
it leads me to believe, Trevor, that they saw something in his reaction to his struggles that made them think they didn't have confidence putting him on the field. It's kind of, and I think also part of it is in some of those instances they felt like Dallas Gold needed the extra work. I think that's part of it as well. But there's a reason why they went from starting him against A&M to like not putting him on the field at all. Because and I think on the outside, I just think other guys are better. But yeah, I'm with you on that. That was a bit weird at times, but I just think he got passed up by other guys, honestly. So, and I think Mark Zachary and Dallas Golden are just better players than he is. I mean, thought that way coming out of high school, thought that way in fall camp. But they went with the veteran player, and he wasn't that much veteran. He's a redshirt freshman, but he'd been there. So, yeah, we'll see.
From Beezer 12, Washing Beard, buy, sell, hold. Rodney Dunham gets meaningful reps at the beginning of next season and later becomes a key rotational player throughout the season.
I'm going to sell that Beezer for now, because for now I anticipate, and there's no hidden meaning behind this, guys. We're going to continue to do things during this next month where, we're going to have a couple buy, sell, holds. We'll do this one. We may have one in the beginning of January before the portal opens and closes, where we're going to do a couple mailbags and or mailbag or 2 and a buy, sell, hold, where we're going to get questions like this, which are great questions, but we can't possibly know the extent of all these answers without knowing who's going to jump in the portal or not. I don't know of anyone right now that I'm overly concerned about jumping in the portal, although, again, offers are flying out to a bunch of Notre Dame players. Guys, college football team, I mean, there was a tweet that I responded to a little bit ago on where it was an article from Bruce Feldman where a bunch of college coaches are being asked about who's the most overrated, who shouldn't be in. There's a bunch of comments about how Alabama's not that good, they shouldn't be in. And there's a couple comments about, well, I kind of thought Notre Dame was going to win it all. Like, college coaches know that this is an absolutely loaded roster. So when they're looking to buy players, they're going to be looking at Notre Dame's roster hard. With that being the reality, I don't know that who they're going to lose or not lose in some. I know some guys are going to lose, and I know, but others, like, I don't anticipate Boubacar Traore going anywhere, NFL or otherwise. I don't anticipate right now Josh Burnham going anywhere, Bryce Young going anywhere. I don't anticipate Logan Thomas and any other defensive end that I didn't mention who doesn't have eligibility, because people like to read into comments like, well, he didn't mention this guy, so he must be leaving. I'm not going to name every single guy, but like right now, that's going to be a tough depth chart to crack right away. Now, if let's say Bryce Young gains another 25 pounds by spring ball of just natural strength and muscle, mass and muscle, well, then maybe he's going to move inside, and now there's an easier path for a guy like Rodney Dunham to jump in the portal. Or to jump in the portal, good Lord, to jump into the rotation. And let's say somebody jumps in the portal. Now that opens up a path as well. So the beginning, I'm not sure of. By the end of the season, do I think he's going to be in the rotation by the end of the season? Yeah, that I agree with. I just don't know that it's going to happen right away. And by the end of the season, Rodney Dunham is not a 5-year player. Ebenezer Utade is not a 5-year player. And I think those guys are going to have some kind of role if they put in the work starting in January. But the fact that they're both early enrollees leads me to believe they're going to be hard to keep off the field next year. Very hard in some capacity to be on the field.
How about another one from Bees? Buy, sell, hold. Clemson and Florida State will go to the SEC if the ACC dies.
I'm going to sell that for now. I think Clemson does. The SEC has not shown much of an interest in getting Florida State.
Mm.
They haven't. I mean, there's been talks about them going to the Big 10 and the Big 12, and the reason why is that I don't know that the SEC wants them. I think if let's say the ACC dies and we look at the SEC and they had 4 teams from the ACC, I would predict that the 4 they would want to add are Clemson, Miami, Virginia, and North Carolina. I think those are the 4 they'd like to add for reasons that have nothing to do with who has a better football program. It's about markets, and institutions. So I don't know that they have a keen interest in Florida State. It's not a very big TV market. It's not a real wealthy school. And to be honest with you, they're a problem child. They've always been a problem child. And you dealt with it when they were a dominant football program. You're not going to deal with it now. So I don't know that what value they bring. They don't need an upgrade in football programs in the SEC. They got plenty of good football programs. They want another upgrade. They're trying to, a lot of what this stuff is with these mega conferences is you're trying to get a monopoly on the TV markets. That's all this is.
Yep.
At the end of the day, that's all this is you're trying to dominate the TV markets. And I don't know that getting FSU does a whole lot for the SEC. They've already got, that's basically, where Tallahassee's located? It's south of Georgia and Alabama. I mean, it's like literally right underneath, the panhandle's right underneath Georgia and Alabama. Those are not, I mean, those are big.
Yeah.
Those markets are kind of already covered, in the SEC.
I echo the same, man. I could see Clemson doing it. Florida State, I could see going to like the Big 12. I mean, just to get the Big 12 some like name brand recognition of like, hey, we have Florida State.
Yeah.
I could see,
and
you'd have that.
You'd have 2 Florida schools now in the Big 12 as well. So I think that would make a lot of sense. But yeah, if everything gets consolidated into 2 leagues, maybe. But I don't know that they're a headache worth dealing with, to be honest with you.
Fair.
I really don't.
Buy, sell, hold. Gold cleats, green cleats, black cleats.
Well, that all depends on the uniform you're wearing. But if I had to buy one, sell one, hold one, I would probably buy black cleats, hold green cleats, sell gold cleats. But it just because I think if I were to look at all the different uniform combinations, that's where I would go with it. Having said that, I think when they go on the road and they've got their gold helmets and their gold pants, I think gold cleats look freaking sweet. I also think they look pretty sweet on the white on white, the all whites as well. I think the gold cleats look sweet on the road. At home, I kind of prefer black cleats more. So I don't know why. And I like the green a little bit more than the gold, but on the road, the gold on the road is really sweet. Really sweet.
Yeah, I'd buy green, hold black, sell gold. Gold's just, it's such a strong color to match with uniform, especially like the home unis. I think gold would be kind of tough,
Yeah.
And that'd be rough. I'll say this though, and this is just a personal preference. I also love white shoes. I'm buying white cleats over all of them.
Yes.
But in this scenario, I'm buying green, holding black, selling gold.
With one exception, Trevor, when you're wearing all of one color, I think the gold might be the best.
Yeah.
Meaning like if you're wearing all green jerseys with gold lids, I love the gold shoes. If you're wearing the all white, the only problem with wearing the gold at home is you literally have now 3 colors of gold.
Yeah.
The helmet and shoes don't quite match, and then you've got the mustard pants. Whereas on the road, especially when you're in the all whites, I mean, it looks very similar.
Agreed.
And I think the gold tops and bottoms when you've got the all whites in between is a sweet look.
The best gold cleats that I saw Notre Dame wear in a game was the 2014 season when they had like the high top, like Under Armour highlight gold cleats. They came out in the think it was the Shamrock Series in 14, the one they played against Purdue and Lucas Oil. Those like higher topped gold cleats were pretty sharp because they got the gold right. It matched the pants a little bit more, but yeah, I'm with you.
You know what I think it'd be sweet? I'm say it right now. What I think it'd be a sweet color combination for a uniform is when you go on the road, have gold helmets, gold cleats with gold jersey number, with green outline and green gloves. I think that'd be sweet.
Yeah, that would be sweet. Yeah, that'd be nice. Buy, sell, hold. Golden Tate, Will Fuller, Michael Floyd.
I'm going to buy all three of those being studs. You are not today. You're not going to get me to sell or hold one of those three studs. I will say this. If I could have one of those players, again, like in all seriousness, like to respect the question, it depends on what I'm looking for. If I need a boundary receiver, I'm buying Michael Floyd, holding Golden Tate, selling Will Fuller. If I need an outside, pure speed, big play, dynamic, home run player, I'm going to buy Will Fuller, hold Michael Floyd, sell Golden Tate. And I don't feel great about the sell and the hold there. If I need a guy that I can put anywhere and can do anything down the field, over the middle, after the catch, just can do it all, I'm buying Golden Tate, I'm holding Michael Floyd, and I'm selling Will Fuller, right? I mean, it's just what's my need?
Yeah.
What's my need? You know, and like in all seriousness, like that's what I'm saying is like on this year's team, I probably would have gone with a Golden Tate or a Will Fuller. On last year's team or looking forward to next year's team where I got Faison and Greathouse coming back, I'm going for Michael Floyd. You know, on last year's team, 2024, I'm probably going with Golden Tate. You know what I mean? Like think about Riley Leonard throwing screens and RPOs to Golden Tate last year with teams trying to stop Riley Leonard and Jeremiah Love run game. Like, so it just depends on what your needs are and what's the composition of what's around them. But I'm sure CJ Carr, if I were to say, CJ Carr, you can get Golden Tate, Will Fuller, Michael Floyd in his prime, he'd be like, yes. I don't think you understand the question, CJ. Hey, Coach Denbrock, I'm going to ask you. You were around all these guys. Okay, so you can have Golden Tate, Will Fuller, Michael Floyd. Who do you want? Yes. Okay, he doesn't understand the question. No. We get the question. It's just the answer is yes. Okay, so that's my answer. But they're all tremendous. It's the three best Notre Dame receivers, like pure receivers of my lifetime, which begins in 1988. And again, I did not forget about Rocket. What made Rocket special was what he did in every aspect of the game. You could line him up in the backfield with these three guys at receiver. He returned punts. He returned kicks. He just was so great in every area. But, yeah, those guys were special. They were absolutely special.
Agreed. Buy, sell, hold, a little Christmas one. Christmas being about 8 days away. Colored Christmas lights are better than white Christmas lights.
With no context, I buy that. But it just depends, again, on what's going on. Like, people have, like, really a lot going on in their front yard. I kind of like the white lights behind it on the house. I think it kind of accents and highlights the yard more than the house. If you're trying to convince me about the house, like the house is the dominant feature you want me to look at, then it's colored lights. So it just depends on what are you trying to accent. If you're trying to promote what you have in the yard, go with white lights. If you're trying to promote the house, go with colored lights. That would be mine.
I'm selling this one. I'm definitely a white Christmas light person. Like the soft white, like not like the headlight color, like the headlight type of white lights.
Yeah. You're not talking about the Christmas Vacation one, you know,
no.
where you're blinded by the brightness. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely if you guys haven't caught on, I'm very much a neutral color person. Mm-hmm. Like I'm very much like that's my wardrobe. That's how we decorate our apartment. Like it's just definitely a white Christmas light person.
Mm-hmm.
Buy, sell, hold from J Trust. Jadari
he put this up. We had this in there before the show started. I would have sold this from J Rust 3. I would have sold this even before Jadarian Price announced, I would have sold this. We've been saying for a while that we anticipate Jadarian Price going pro.
Yeah. I'll be interested to see where he goes. I actually went and I looked, and on FanDuel, Jeremiah Love he has odds. They're very not worth betting on. But Jeremiah Love has odds to go as the number 1 overall pick.
Interesting. What about Price? Is there anything on? Have you seen any, not for FanDuel, but any projections on him? And most drafts are first round, so I don't think most mocks have gone past that.
No, not the only thing that I've seen from him is day 2, day 3, which is a lot of what we talked about, because he can be a returner, because he can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's a very dynamic weapon, but more so like player comps and rough ideas. But for Jeremiah Love, it's very much like he's going to go in the first round, and we'll see where it goes from there.
After that, it's okay. Who's the next guy? Is it Jadarian Price? Is it Katron Allen? Is it Emmett Johnson? Does Ahmed Hardy go pro? He can go pro, right? Isn't he a junior? Does Keywan Lacey go pro? So we'll see who jumps in. But there's a lot of people in the NFL that I've been told are very high on Jadarian Price as well.
I believe it.
That's why he's going pro.
From our guy, D-Troll Hunter, buy, sell, hold. Sark continuing to focus on how his team lost out of conference and not winning, and not to a 4-win team reflects his loser mentality.
Absolutely buy. Absolutely buy. I think Steve Sarkisian's done a lot of good things, but I don't think he's got that killer instinct as a head coach. I don't think he's got that dog in him to really take his program to the next level. I think he's going to have to just be a position where they just out-talent people, because his teams are consistently soft in the trenches. They constantly get beat up in the trenches. And his whole mindset of, oh, well, I guess we're going to duck out of conference games. What? So that's your issue? Because here's the deal. If you'd have lost to Ohio State by 21, lost to Georgia by 25, but beat Florida, you're probably in the playoffs. You probably have 6 SEC teams in the playoffs. That's a reality. So stop being you and become someone with some guts, please.
I buy this one as well, D-Troll, and I'll also add to it. I think that this also goes towards how much people, including the coaches within the league and the media surrounding it, just how much they buy into how much harder the SEC is. Why are they focusing so much on out-of-conference? Because they lost to an out-of-conference opponent. Obviously, that wasn't in the SEC. I'm not going to focus on the 4-loss team because that team was in the SEC. So, yeah, I know there were 4 losses, but, I mean, they're in the SEC. It's a lot of it, too. But overall, yes, it's because of the loser mindset. Buy, sell, hold from B-Rag from Mallygoog. All right. Notre Dame would not have gotten screwed out of a spot in the college football playoff if Jack was still the athletic director. The conferences and other athletic directors feared and respected him. This situation was about testing Bavacqua to see if he had the chops for the job and if he would wield the Notre Dame brand power. His next move will determine if our independence and standing within the sport will last.
Okay, so first of all, B-Rad from Malagoog is freaking great name. Trev, I don't know if do you get this reference? Is this movie a little before your time? It's a movie with Jamie Kennedy where he's a really rich white kid, but like acts like he's like,
like from the slums.
It's like a very stereotypical of that type of person, and just the whole thing is just hilarious. Don't know if you can make that movie now, but it was really funny at the time. And his name was Brad. And he's from this very wealthy family. He called himself B-Rad from Malibu. I forget what the name of them. Malibu's Most Wanted is what it was. It was a stupid movie, but also funny. So if you ever see it on, watch it. You get some laughs, and you'll never watch it again. Right. I think that's pretty much what it is. So that's what this is from. It's B-Rad from Malibu. And I was like, as you're reading his name, I'm like, yeah, I don't think Trevor's ever seen that movie, because like I'm laughing when I saw it. So B-Rad from Malibu is clearly my age. There's no doubt about that. I don't agree. I can't buy the first part because I just don't know. And I'm not going to hold it. So I have to sell it because I just don't know if they would or wouldn't have screwed Notre Dame in that instance. I just don't know. I get why people think that, but I don't have any evidence that that's true. The second part, I absolutely believe is true. Whether they intentionally are testing Pete Bavacqua or that's just a byproduct of them screwing Notre Dame over. And we said this from day one, if Pete Bavacqua does not ultimately fight back hard over this next 12 months, then all this is just being a bunch of whiners. If all of this talk was setting up moves that are going to come, then I support everything they said and did. If nothing comes from this, Notre Dame stays in the ACC. They just get a formal apology. There's no changes that Notre Dame forces in the playoff committee, and they allow USC to move the rivalry up to September. Then basically what I'm going to say is you just got punked by everybody. The ACC punked you, USC punked you, and the playoff committee / SEC / ESPN just punked you. And all you did was cry about it and sit out a bowl game. That's it. If nothing comes from this, Jim Phillips is still the commissioner of the ACC, and nothing comes from this, then you just cried, and you have no weight and no authority in the sport like Jack Swarbrick did. But if this is all what we hope it is, which is we're going to say the right things now, and believe me, we got something coming for you down the road, then I support everything they said. So the actions that follow are going to determine what the words meant. And I completely agree with you. Here's the sad part, and I haven't said this yet, and this is to B-Rad's comment. If nothing comes from this, the lack of force from Notre Dame, the lack of stones and backbone from Notre Dame will tell the rest of the college football world they don't have the will, they don't have the courage to fight back against us. Now we're making moves on their independence. And it'll force Notre Dame into a league if they don't fight back now.
Agreed.
I truly believe that.
I buy everything in this submission except for the first sentence. Because I do also buy that Jack Swarbrick, other athletic directors, and like they feared and respected him. That's for sure. I think that was showcased. But yeah, because of everything that you said, because of this submission, I'm buying everything except for the first sentence, just because I'm under the impression still that I think Notre Dame would have gotten screwed out regardless. I do. That's where I'm at.
That's all we know.
Yep.
Everything else is just conjecture. We don't know that that's the thing that happened. Maybe it is. We just don't know.
Sure. Another one from B-Rad from Malagoog. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame needs to focus on retaining the wide receiver room and develop them instead of portal additions. This also goes for the nickel position.
I tend to buy the first one. Look, I'm not afraid to go to the portal at wide receiver if the right guy's out there. There's guys out there that I would take, but I'm not forcing the issue. Like I want to, if I can get a dude, right?
Yep. Having
said that, I would also be completely fine if Notre Dame said, look, man, and this is what I actually kind of hope they do. Look, they're working with a budget that they didn't have in the past and working under different parameters where they can't facilitate NIL moves the way they have in the past. And that's forcing them to make some roster decisions. Save the couple $1,000,000 you would spend on a couple wide receivers in the portal, put that towards your current roster, and then say to Mike Brown, hey, bruh, we're paying you a lot of money. You see that number 5 over there? You see that number 14 over there? You see that number, 11 over there? You see that number 17 over there? You see that 81 over there? And you see these 5 kids walking in the door right now? If you can't get 2 of those, or if you can't get 3 of those guys ready to play to some degree, one an impact guy, another a good rotation guy, and a third a good rotation guy, then I don't know that I got the right guy coaching my position. Sometimes you have to force a coach to coach the guys he has. Otherwise, it's just too easy to go to the portal and get guys.
Yeah.
And I truly believe that if Notre Dame just retains the vast majority of its roster and then just gets a guy here, a guy there, that this team is built to win next year. I just worry that Notre Dame is going to get lazy and complacent and just keep getting ready-made players at certain positions. That's my concern.
We share the same concerns. But as far as this submission goes, I'm absolutely buying this. I love the state of the wide receiver room. You got 14 scholarship players if everybody comes back. You got the people. But the caveat to really every position, in my opinion, except for quarterback, is if there's just an absolute dude out there, you'd be doing your program a disservice if you didn't at least try to make contact. But by and large, yes, I absolutely buy this.
And on nickel, I would sell that. I think Dallas Golden, and look, I've been holding off putting this article out because we knew that the All-American teams were coming out today, so we knew we were going to have 3 articles to put out then. But I'm going to have I'd put a portal needs article out this morning. I'll have another one up this evening on the defense. But like at nickel, I said, look, I think Dallas Golden's the future at nickel. I think the future is now for him, right? But what if he gets hurt? What if he doesn't? What if he's not ready to be the guy in 2026? If you don't go to the portal and get the right guy, then you're kind of in a bad spot. So I'd said, go find me a guy that can start at nickel, but also has the personality where if he's okay being a guy being behind Dallas, if he gets beat out and being a special teams weapon, find me that guy, and then I'm good going and getting a nickel. But you got to get the right guy, because if you bring a guy in here, Trev, and he gets beat out by Dallas, and he's going to be an attitude and a problem in the locker room, then you can't bring that guy in. Notre Dame got a DB a couple years ago who, they kind of viewed as hopefully can help us, but he, maybe not this year. And he didn't perform real well, and he didn't play a whole lot. And from talking to a few people on the team and some different folks around the program, he was a bit of a headache in the locker room. You got to be careful with that kind of guy. So I would be looking for a nickel for depth. No, like I said, to protect yourself if Dallas gets hurt, if Dallas isn't quite ready to be the guy yet, or if, let's say, something happens at corner and Dallas has to go out there and help. You've got to have some depth, and I don't know that I love the depth behind Dallas at nickel right now enough to say that there's multiple starting caliber players there right now. And that's why I would look there. Yeah. So that's why I sell that one.
That's fair. Yeah, that's absolutely fair. From B-Rad, buy, sell, hold. While Marcus Freeman is a great representative of the university, a great role model, a great recruiter, and a leader of young men, his on-field production does not represent a top-5 coach. The results don't match the talent on this team. They are not ready to play in September. They consistently don't show up for home games. There are rooms like the offensive line and wide receivers that don't develop the high-level talent that is recruited. Coach has a lot to prove before we should pay him a massive contract extension that pays him the same as Kirby Smart and Ryan Day.
I strongly disagree with that. Number one, you say, okay, you shouldn't pay him like a top 5 coach because he is not doing what Kirby Smart and Ryan Day did. Well, that's 1 and 2. There's a lot of room for 3, 4, and 5. And in my opinion, Marcus Freeman is there. You're kind of cherry picking some things that are factually correct. The result this season did not match the talent of this team by a game. I predicted 12-0, but said 11-1 just because it's hard to go undefeated. But at the same time, by the end of the year, this team was playing at a high level. So that goes back to the, okay, not getting him ready to play in September thing. Right, exactly. That's why he's not number 1 or number 2. They consistently don't show up for home games. That's false. I mean, that I strongly disagree with. I mean, let's look at Notre Dame's last 10 home games and kind of take a peek at what they've done. So their last 10 home games, they beat Syracuse 70-7. They beat a ranked Navy team 49-10. They beat a ranked USC team 34-24. They beat a good NC State team 36-7. They beat a 9-win Mountain West Conference champion Boise State 28-7. Didn't play perfect, didn't play great. It was very far from saying not ready to play. They beat Purdue 56-30. Was it their best performance? No. Did they show up to play? Yes. They lost a playoff team by a point. Did they play well? No. Did they show up ready to play? Yeah, they showed up ready to play in that game. Go back to last year. Let's look at what they did at home. Beat Indiana in the playoffs by 10, and the game was not that close. Beat Virginia at home by 21 points. They were up 35-0 when they called off the Dogs. Beat Florida State 52-3. We'll go past that. Beat Stanford 49-7. Beat a good 9-win Louisville team 31-24. You've got to go back to September of last year against a couple MAC teams where you could argue they weren't ready to play. And I would agree with you that they didn't come out ready to play in those games. But they've played a lot of home games and dominated a lot of teams since that time.
It's very fair to say that he has to get them more prepared for home games early. But in Marcus Freeman's entire tenure, he's lost one home game outside of the month of September. One. And it was in his first year coaching against Stanford. That's it. The list ends there. So get them better in the early window. Absolute validity to that statement. But just consistently, that's just wrong. I mean, early, yes, got to get going. Outside of the month of September, though, they've been fantastic at home.
In the last 2 years, Trevor, Notre Dame has gone 24-4. And their losses were to the national champions, 2 playoff teams in Northern Illinois. Like in the last 2 years, Notre Dame has played 5 playoff teams. They've gone 2-5 in those games. They've played 6 playoff teams. They've gone 3-3 in those games. I want to get that better. But that's still better than almost anybody's going to be playing 6 playoff teams the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So, B-Rad, is he on the level of Kirby Smart and Ryan Day? No, he's not, especially Ryan Day, because Ryan Day's 3-0 against him.
Yeah.
And is there some truth to the O-line and wide receivers? They don't develop high-level talent that was recruited. Yeah, there's some truth to that. But, I mean, we just watched Gerby Lambert become a freshman All-American. We just watched Anthony Knapp in 2 years get developed very well. So even Joe Rudolph, who we like to criticize and in some ways absolutely deserves criticism, this is an example of we're just going to ignore the good and focus on the bad. Like he had a freshman All-American right now. Notre Dame's offensive line this year started 2 players who are sophomores in their time at Notre Dame. Billy Schrouth has certainly improved as a player under the tutelage of Joe Rudolph. Has everybody? No. Has Joe Rudolph made some infuriating personnel decisions? Yes. My frustration with this whole conversation, it's been my frustration from day one with a lot of these conversations, is we choose to not have nuance. I am not a Joe Rudolph defender. If it was up to me and he wanted to take another job, I would not fight for him to stay, and I would throw everything I have at going out and getting Bob Bostad away from Indiana. I would do whatever I had to do financially to make that happen. I think you can improve upon Joe Rudolph as an offensive line coach. Having said that, unless you have the number one guy in the country at every position, that's always true. So when I look at the O-line, let's be critical of the things that Joe Rudolph has done. Let's be critical of the fact that Anthony Knapp is not playing the position he should, while also acknowledging that Joe Rudolph identified, recruited, and has developed Anthony Knapp into being a pretty darn good starter by his sophomore season. That didn't happen in spite of Joe Rudolph. Now, I could be mad that he's not developing as a guard or a center while still giving him credit for developing him as a tackle. I just watched Gerby Lambert step in the starting lineup for a guy that was supposed to be Notre Dame's best lineman, and very quickly, while moving from tackle to guard, turn into a freshman All-American. Ashton Craig's been a pretty good player when healthy. That's not on Joe Rudolph. So I do have some frustrations about Joe Rudolph, but I find myself being forced into sticking up for Joe Rudolph because the criticism has just gone too far. It's gone too far to make it out to seem like he's a bad coach. He's a good offensive line coach. I just want Notre Dame to have an elite offensive line coach, and he's definitely not proven to be an elite offensive line coach. But to say that they haven't developed the high-level talent they've recruited, who are we talking about here? Charles Jagusah keeps getting hurt. Gerby Lambert just developed into a first-team freshman All-American, and Will Black is a true freshman. Who hasn't he developed? Am I infuriated that he had Will Black playing guard? Yes. Am I infuriated that Will Black wasn't a freshman All-American? No, I'm not. I haven't seen Will Black play tackle at Notre Dame. I'm pissed about that. I don't know that Will Black would have started this year if he would have played tackle from day one. I don't know that he would have. He better next year. So while I have some issues with Joe Rudolph, I think that the frustrating thing is that we've jumped over a cliff a little bit on this one, and we're trying to make it out to be like he's just some bum who doesn't develop guys. And I think that's unfair. Could we argue, Trev, that he hasn't developed them to quite the level we want him to? Sure, I think that's debatable. We can at least have that debate. But to say he hasn't developed the high-level talent he recruited, Joe Rudolph inherited or recruited 3 5-star offensive linemen. One would have been their best lineman if he didn't get hurt. The second one is a freshman All-American, and the third one is a true freshman.
Yeah.
I got to agree to disagree on that part. Can it be better? Heck yeah, it can be better, and it needs to be better, whether it's him doing it or someone else doing it. It needs to be better, and we'll have a lot to say about that. Same thing with Mike Brown at receiver. Has Mike Brown done a good job of developing the younger players in the roster? I don't think so. But we also can't ignore the good things he's done as a coach as well. We have to be able to find that nuance. Does that mean Notre Dame it's impossible for Notre Dame to upgrade at those two positions? I don't believe that at all. They need upgrades, whether it's those coaches doing a better job or finding someone who will do a better job. But to act like those two positions have just been bad and that's an indictment on Marcus Freeman, I just don't know that I'd agree with that. I think the problem Marcus Freeman has is they are good coaches. It's a lot easier to identify and fire a good coach, or a lot easier to identify and fire a bad coach than it is to a good coach. A lot of coaches make the mistake of saying, this guy's good, so how do I justify moving on from a good coach?
Sure.
That's hard for another coach to do. I think you should be willing to do that as long as you know you're going to improve. You don't get rid of Joe Rudolph and then hope that you can get someone else.
Yeah.
You move on from Joe Rudolph or Mike Brown because you know this guy is here and would take the job if we offered it to him. And I don't know that exists right now.
Also, for the submission, let's not be too quick to forget what Marcus Freeman did less than a year ago. I mean, he accomplished something at Notre Dame that coaches hadn't done since Lou Holtz. Won a major bowl, and then did it again a year later. Had him play for a national championship game, and was significantly more competitive in that game than the last national championship game Notre Dame played for. Like, I agree. Like, there are things that we can say. We can toe the line here. Both things can be true. Marcus Freeman does have to do a better job coaching on the field, but let's also not act like, yes, the 2 losses to start the season were bad. They were by a combined 4 points. And then they proceeded to rip off 10 straight wins of all by double digits. So let's not pretend like, they were – I would be more inclined to hear out this submission if it was like they were if they beat Purdue 17-10, and then they go and play Arkansas and they win like 21-20, and it's just all ugly. They're beating people to sleep in the final 10 games. So while they need to do things and adjust different things to get them into the playoffs, I'm not ready to say yet, we should hold off on paying Marcus Freeman a contract extension. Because what's the flip side of that coin? Let's say they don't. And then the NFL snatches him up, or a different college coaching job snatches him up. Who are you going to then find to replace Marcus Freeman that does all the good things in the first part of your submission, but then is also a top 5 coach on the field, which I would argue Marcus Freeman is. Like, I think it's debatable if he is or isn't. Like, I would argue that. And so that's all-encompassing. That's what makes this difficult. But no, I'm selling this one for sure.
I also want to point out, somebody in the chat said Mike Brown played quarterback in high school and at Liberty. Why is he coaching wide receivers? Mike Brown moved to wide receiver at Liberty, and that's why he played wide receiver in the National Football League. I think Mike Brown's certainly qualified to coach wide receivers. A. B, you don't have to have played a position to coach a position. I never played running back. I coached an All-American running back. So I don't think that's necessarily a requirement for you have to have coached a position to have, or played a position to have coached a position. If you know football, you should be able to coach multiple positions.
Al Washington was a running backs coach at Boston College for a little bit, wasn't he?
That's right. Yeah. His first year or two, then he moved over to where he played on the D line and did well. I mean, there's a lot of examples of that. There's examples of guys who didn't play football at all that have turned into good position coaches at certain spots. So I don't accept the premise that you have to have played a position to coach a position. Heck, Chuck Martin was a pretty good assistant coach in Notre Dame as a defensive backs coach and as their offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, Chuck Martin was the D coordinator under Brian Kelly on 2 national championship winning teams at Grand Valley, and then was Brian Kelly's offensive coordinator at Notre Dame when they played for the title. Good coaches can coach multiple things. I don't think Mike Brown's issue is that he's not qualified to coach receivers. I think Mike Brown is still learning how to develop an entire roster. Yeah. And there are things that he needs to focus on more that he's not focusing on more, but it also has done a lot of things. So I just want to make sure we're clear on his resume there.
Getting into part 2 of the buy, sell, hold here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. BK's personal chef is getting us kicked off here. Notre Dame produces 3 starting quarterbacks next year, all of whom place in the top half of QBR through however many games they all play. Angeli at Syracuse, Minchie at to be determined, and CJ Carr at Notre Dame.
I buy that. Now, the only caveat in that is Steve Angeli, because he had an Achilles injury, and that can be something that takes a little longer to come back from. So I can't guarantee that Steve's going to be 100% physically next year. Assuming he is, and assuming Kenny goes somewhere where Kenny's going to be the guy, I absolutely buy into this. So my only caveat for this not happening is there are extenuating circumstances that Kenny makes a bad choice on where he goes, or Steve's not healthy when he gets, like, let's say Steve's a step slow physically coming back from the Achilles injury. Those would be my only caveats. But if Steve's healthy and can move around like normal, and Kenny makes a smart choice in the portal, I absolutely buy this. Because I think he was smart to say top half of QBR, not like top 10. And that I absolutely buy. Yeah, as long as they're all healthy.
Oh, absolutely.
I buy that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Top half of college football, definite buy, for sure.
Yeah, because that's top 50. Even if you went top, half of FBS, I'd say, yeah, I'd buy that. They're all talented. But we said that a year ago. We said, look, don't be shocked if someday in the near future, CJ Carr, Kenny Minchie, and Steve Angeli are all starting quarterbacks at the Power 4 level. Mm-hmm. We said that last summer, or last offseason. We said the same thing. Hold on a second. There we go.
Another one from BK's personal chef. Buy, sell, hold. Next year, Notre Dame sets a modern NCAA record for margin of victory throughout the season since 1950. So we don't have to hit that plus 52.1 points per game by Army in 1944, but instead only have to ascend to 1994 Nebraska's 39.6 points per game. You're muted.
I was looking away somewhere else, so I didn't see you going like this. Said BK's personal chef, man, I greatly appreciate the fact that you looked this up and did the research. I think that's awesome. Love that. Yeah. I love informed questions. My initial reaction is to say, come on, like 39, like that's going to be tough, right? Like that's going to be tough. But then I kind of think about it, and I'm like, it's not nuts to think about. I think some things would have to happen in order for that to happen. But we're talking about a 2 touchdown difference in scoring. And if you look at like LSU in 2019, they scored 48.4 points per game. They gave up 22. So basically that's a 22-point difference. All right. I mean, a 26-point difference. And we talk about how dominant that team was, right? Well, Notre Dame this year was at 25. Now, one difference is that team also did that in the SEC championship game, the national semifinals, and the national championship game, right? I mean, let's not forget that. But it actually kind of still holds because they won the SEC championship by 27. They won their first-round playoff game by 35. And they won their semifinal playoff game by 35, and they won the championship game by 17. So, I mean, their margin might actually been better in the postseason than it was in the regular season. They played more competitive games in the regular season. Here's a crazy stat for you. Now, keep in mind, they won all their games, right? So Notre Dame lost 2, they lost none. I'm just looking at the games that Notre Dame won. Notre Dame had 0 single-digit wins this year, and that year LSU had 2. So you look at the win over Texas by 7, and you look at the win over Auburn by 3. Now, if Notre Dame would have done what they needed to do at the beginning of the year and won at the end of the Miami and A&M games, they have an identical regular season level of dominance going into the postseason that LSU 2019 had. Think about that. If they would have gone down and scored a touchdown at the end of the Miami game and won 30-27, and if they would have stopped A&M on that 4th down play and won 40-34, they would have as many double-digit wins in the regular season as LSU. Their margin of victory, their point differential would be almost identical, if not slightly better, than what LSU had in 2019. Think about that. Now, they played an easier schedule than LSU did in 2019 also. Like, I won't dispute that. I mean, LSU in 2019 played Texas. They played top 10 Florida. They played Auburn. They played top 10 Bama on the road. You know, they had a tougher schedule. But the point stands, Trev, that Notre Dame had an impressive level of dominance this season when they finally figured it out. But can they get to 39.6?
Yeah,
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
That in the game is just different. Like, points are scored more, I think. I mean, I wasn't around to watch these games. I think points are just, I don't want to say scored easier. I think the game is just different than what it was back in 1994. Man, so like beating teams by almost 40 points a game, I just don't think we're ever going to see that again. It'd be crazy. And it's not out of the realm of possibility to say that, but I don't know, man. That's
like
tough.
Think about this, Trev. Think about this. If you took the number 1 scoring offense in the country, North Texas, 44.8 points a game, and then you gave them the number 1 scoring defense in the country, which is Ohio State at 8.2, you'd have 36.6. So here's where I'm at. I don't think it's nuts to ponder this. I didn't dismiss this initially. I looked at a couple stats and then quickly dismissed it as getting to that. But it wouldn't shock me if this Notre Dame team keeps most of this roster together and reacts well with like to what happened at the beginning of the season, then I could certainly see that. I could. That's what I think of their schedule next year. I don't think they have a challenging schedule next year. You won't hear me spinning, no. I think this is every bit as hard as insert team with a tough schedule. I won't. It's a better schedule than what people are portraying it to be, as if it's like some joke of a schedule with a bunch of cakewalks. I think that's nonsense.
Sure.
But you're not going to sit here and say, man, this compares to, one of the Bob Davie teams that he had where they had – no, it's not that. It's not that.
It'll be very interesting to see what they do.
It's one they could and should dominate. If all the questions we asked yesterday on offense gets answered and all the questions we're going to address tomorrow get answered, I could see this team being over 30 points a game, point differential. I could absolutely see that. Because I think what you're also going to see in this portal era is there's teams getting better. There's more really good teams, but you know what else I'm noticing? There's also a lot more awful teams.
That's a good point. No, absolutely. Over 30 points per game win margin. Yeah. 39 that's
I'm saying that's the number 1 team in the country on scoring had the number 1 and the number 1 scoring team on defense had, came together for one team. You'd be at 36.6.
Yeah, that's nuts.
I mean, but here's the crazy thing though, Trev. Here's just think about this for a second though, right? Like, not looking at the 39. I think we agree on that. But let's just say hypothetically that Notre Dame punches because there were 2 games that ended with Notre Dame in the red zone. 2 games that did. Let's say they score touchdowns on both of those. just for argument's sake. So they have 518 points. And let's say Notre Dame doesn't allow the garbage touchdown to Pitt. Let's say they don't allow the 2 garbage touchdowns to Stanford. We're now looking at Notre Dame scoring 518 points, which is 43.2. And we're looking at Notre Dame giving up, so that's 211 minus 6 minus 14. We're looking at Notre Dame giving up 15.9 points per game. That is almost 28 points per game this season with a redshirt freshman at quarterback, with an injured offensive line, with a defense that was a dumpster fire the first 2 games of the season.
Yeah.
And if we look at what the defense was from games 4 to 12, that gap gets over 30 just this year. Now, but all those things did happen, and that's what makes it tough. If LSU doesn't have that weird 23-20 win over Auburn, maybe they're well over 30. So those are the things you look at, the what ifs. But those what ifs almost always happen in a 12-game season, which is why it's hard to get to that number. Right. But we've talked about how good that Nebraska team was in 94, 95. And we went through some of the scores, and that team was just absolutely nuts. I want to read it again, Trevor. This is the level of dominance Notre Dame would need. This is what they did. Actually, was that the team that was 39? Was it the 94 or the 95?
I thought it was 95.
Team? Yeah.
I thought it was 95 Nebraska.
That's what I thought so too. Just let me look this up real quick. So 95. No, it was 95. 95 was the team that was 39.9. Yes, it was 1995. The 94 team wasn't as dominant. They won the title, but they weren't as dominant. In 1995, this is the score of the Nebraska games. They beat Oklahoma State 64-21, beat Michigan State 50-10, beat Arizona State 77-28, beat Pacific 49-7, beat Washington State 35-21, beat Missouri 57-0, beat number 8 Kansas State 49-25, beat number 7 Colorado on the road 44-21, beat Iowa State 73-14. That's their second 70-point game against a Power 4 team. Notre Dame just did that for the first time since 1913, right, this season. And they then beat number 10 Kansas on the road 41-3, beat Oklahoma 37-0, and then beat number 2 Florida in the title game, the Fiesta Bowl, 62-24. They had one game settled by 14 points or less. Like, in today's era, can you dominate somebody like that? I don't know that you can.
Over the duration of a season, I just don't know if you can.
Like, let's just say we're just talking regular season, even just regular season. I just don't know that you can do that in today.
Oh, that's what I meant. Like, over the course of a regular season, like good night.
And again, they're beating ranked teams. They beat number 8 Kansas State by 24 points. They beat number 7 Colorado. And these teams were ranked that high on October 21st and October 28th. This isn't like they were ranked that high in September and finished 5-5. You know, Kansas State finished the year 7th. You know what I mean? Like, the only other team they lost to was Colorado, who finished the year 4th that year, who went 10-2, and their only losses were to Kansas and Nebraska. And then they beat Kansas, who finished 9th. They beat 3 teams who finished in the top 10 that year, and they beat those teams 49-25, 44-21, and 41-3. And then they beat number 2 Florida in the postseason, who finished the year 2nd, and they beat them 63-24, 62-24. Like, I just don't know that you're going to do that in today's era. I don't. You'd have to score 49 points a game and hold teams to 10 points a game. Less than 10 points a game. That's tough to do.
Yeah.
Could they get to 30 and maybe score 45 points a game and hold teams to 15? Absolutely. That extra 9 is going to be super tough to get to.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
That was a fun conversation. I love looking up historical stuff. Really well done on that reference, BK's personal chef. That's a good one.
Buy, sell, hold from JG Whitetown. The offensive line will have at least 3 new starters next year.
If I'm going to hope sell this one, but if I had to give you an honest answer, I'd probably buy it. No, I'd probably buy it.
No, I don't want to. I'm going to hold it. I legitimately, I just don't know. It's going to depend on what happens here in the coming weeks. Because if, look, if 2 of the 3 of Emil Wagner, Ashton Craig, and Billy Schrouth comes back, then I would sell it. But if 2 of the 3 leaves, some of that's also going to depend on the health of Ashton Craig. Will he be ready to go? But then also, like, on the flip side of that coin, even not with those guys, I mean, they've rotated starters every single year because of just injuries. Mm-hmm. So oh man. Now I'm going to switch it. I'm going to buy it. I mean, the unfortunate side of it is injuries just happen, and we've seen multiple different combinations of offensive linemen. So I understand where you're coming from on this one, JG, of like, are they going to roll out 3 new starters compared to last year? But we've just seen through injuries people inserting into the starting lineup as well. So yeah, I'm actually going to buy this. I've talked myself into it. I'm definitely buying. Yeah. And the follow-up, buy, sell, hold. The offensive line will be a Joe Moore Award-winning line if Black and Lambert are the starting tackles.
Get by. Yes. I'll buy that. As long as it's not because of injury. Like if I know the context is, like, if you would have said the O-line will be a Joe Moore winning offensive line if Anthony Black, if Will Black and Gerby Lambert are tackles and Anthony Knapp is also still a starter, I'd buy that. I would buy that. That means Joe Rudolph has looked in the mirror and said, what do I got to do to get the most out of this offensive line? And I got to move some people around. I would buy that in a heartbeat. If you told me that Charles Jagasaw also came back healthy, and that's one of those I'll believe it when I see it type of modes, then that's a no-brainer to me. But if it's Will Black and Gerby Lambert starting because Anthony Knapp got hurt, then I don't know that I agree with that. But if you told me that they're starting at tackle and Anthony Knapp is starting inside, then I would say yes. And as Archer, the resident Ohio State fan, just said, I don't know that I trust Rudolph to put a more award-winning line on the field. I 100% agree because I don't think he's going to do this. That's exactly why I don't think he's going to put a Joe Moore award-winning offensive line. But to this submission, if he makes that move and he puts those 2 guys at tackle and moves Anthony Knapp inside, I mean, like, let's just say Ashton Craig's not good to go next year. They keep Billy Schrouth. Charles Jagasaw comes back healthy. And your starting offensive line left to right is Will Black, Billy Schrouth, Anthony Knapp, Charles Jagasaw, and Gerby Lambert. That's absolutely an offensive line that can compete for the Joe Moore Award, in my opinion. I just don't think he's going to do that. As Mad 14ND just said, that's a lot of ifs. Absolutely correct, brother. And that's why I don't have faith he'll do that. But if he, and that's what I love about Buy, Sell, Holds. We're going with the submission of, if this happens, do you buy, sell, hold that this would happen? And my answer is absolutely. As long as you could give me the caveat that Anthony Knapp was still starting and we didn't get this line because of injuries.
Yep. Agreed.
Now, here's where I'll say injury. Anthony Knapp sprains his ankle first day of fall camp and spring practice, and he's out for the spring. And they're forced to put Will Black at left tackle. And he performed so well that they decide to keep him there and move Anthony Knapp inside. That, to me, is about the only way Joe Rudolph was going to make this move, based on what he's shown us for 3 years. But he's also shown us that when injuries happen, he kind of sometimes like, oh, what about this? And, hopefully that happens again. I just don't have a lot of faith.
Yeah. Yeah, neither do I. And I think the left tackle position would be the one spot where it's, you got hurt, but that was your spot to begin with. It might look good for the spring. I could see it changing come fall camp. I really could. The buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have an 1,000-yard receiver and a 1,000-yard running back next year.
So they couldn't get Malachi Fields to the same number he had at Virginia. I don't want to have any conversations about Notre Dame having a 1,000-yard receiver again. Look, and even if you took the 2 kids they had now, the top two kids in Notre Dame had now, and let's just say Notre Dame makes the playoffs, plays in the first round, and then goes to the national championship game. So even if you did that and these guys kept their same margin of yards, neither of them would have been to 900 yards in 16 games with CJ Carr at quarterback. So, no. I don't know that it's necessarily I think people in the chat are taking that as a bad thing. I don't know that I necessarily look at that as a bad thing, though. I think it's just you're just not going to have one guy dominate like that.
And that's what I.
Go ahead, Trev.
No, you're good. But that's what I said last season. Going into last season, I said Notre Dame wasn't going to have an 1,000-yard receiver.
Right.
And that was with knowing that Malachi Fields was coming in. And that was before knowing what was going to happen with Jaden Greathouse. I said that it was going to look kind of like what the USC receiving corps did in 2024. Of just kind of like, all right, this guy's at like 800 yards, and then you're going to have like two guys at 500. You're going to have a couple at like 400. Like, I think that's just going to be the recipe moving forward. You have a quarterback that can see the entire field. And you're not just going to have one person, to Brian's point, just dominate the entire conversation. So I didn't think they were going to have one this season. So,
can I say something crazy here, though?
You sure can.
If it's, thank you, sir. If it's going to happen, it'll happen this year.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because you're going to be good at running back, but not elite at running back. You're going to have CJ Carr. You're going to have a veteran group of receivers. If it happens, it'll happen this year. If it doesn't happen this year, I have some doubts about if it'll happen. And again, it's not always a bad thing, guys. Like, so many people take things like this and like, oh, why would a receiver want to come here? Because 5 guys are going to play and get yards. You know, in the pass game, 3 receivers, a tight end, and a running back. You know, like that's kind of why. So I think sometimes we this is an example of overreacting to something. Was I happy with how they used Malachi Fields this year? Nope. But if I'm a boundary receiver, would I have some issues? Yeah, maybe. But then I'd also look at the fact that if I'm a Z and I look at what they did with Jordan Faison, I'm so okay, well, I could play there.
Yeah.
Like, you know, so yeah, I get it. It's I'm not where you are. Why would a receiver want to come here? And I'm also not, this is amazing. Any receiver want to come here. I'm kind of in between. I'm in between.
Oh, for sure. Oh, I'm not there. I don't know if I painted that picture. I'm not to the
no. I'm responding to stuff in the chat. Yeah.
I get you. Another thing.
You're not a hater this time.
Not this time. It's only December. No.
Yes. Give it time.
I'll even go a step further. I don't know if they're going to have an 1,000-yard running back next year. Again, not for bad reasons. We said the run game is going to look different. I could see this rushing attack looking more like 2022 than it did in 2025. Like, truthfully, I don't know if they'll have an 1,000-yard running back. I could see 2 at 800. Like look what Georgia's done the last couple of seasons. Even when their running game was at its peak, it's not like they had 2 1,000-yard backs. They had like one guy at 800, one guy at 700, one guy at 900, one guy at 800. So I'll even take that a step further. Running back, I think, is going to be more by committee this upcoming season than it will be Jeremiah Love's going to have almost 200 carries and 1,300 yards. Next guy has 600. I think it's going to be a little bit more even split. So.
I real quick, I do think they'll have 1,000-yard running back next year. Maybe not in the regular season, but definitely by the time we get to the end of the whole season.
Sure. Buy-sell hold from AST 12321. Notre Dame will be able to maintain a top 25 roster while following the salary cap rules that presumably every title contender is going to ignore, considering many SEC coaches secured roster commitments as part of their deal in excess of the school-wide revenue share amount.
Top 25 is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think the conversation should be more about top 5. Can they maintain a top 5 in this thing? I have a concern with. That I do.
Yeah.
And it's just because of the unknown. We're entering a period that we don't know how Notre Dame's going to handle this. We don't know how you know what I mean? There's a lot of unknowns. And so my questioning this is I'm buying the submission because it's going to be easy to maintain a top 25 roster. They're going to absolutely maintain a top 10 roster. My question is, can they maintain a top 5 roster, which is like they have now? That's my question. And it's only a question because of the unknown of the period we're entering into. I have no idea how this is going to go. And what rules are going to get passed or not passed, and what's Congress going to do or not do. It's really just AST coming from the uncertainty. But I have zero doubt that Notre Dame will maintain a top 10 roster.
Yep.
It's just whether or not top 5. That's my only question. And again, it's not a question because I'm concerned it's going to not happen. It's literally, I just don't know how this whole process is going to work because we're entering a brand new era of college football, which is exactly why we said what we said at the beginning of the portal show. This is a different portal era than where we were a year ago. And I don't know what this is going to look like.
Sure don't. And by so hold, the SEC will return to total dominance in the NIL cap era.
So, because there's going to be plenty of Big Ten teams that are going to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, and again, I think a lot of SEC schools are going to be doing this. But I don't think it's just going to be them. Do you think Texas Tech is just going to be like, well, I guess we're going to have to follow the cap, even though the SEC isn't? Like, no. There's a lot of schools, Big 10, Big 12, that are going to do that. And ACC schools that have the money to do. You think Miami's going to, if SEC schools are doing that, you think Miami's going to quit spending money beyond? Of course they're not. And they've got big donors. So I don't think it'll be because of that. If the SEC returns to dominance, it's because they manage the system better, not they're the only ones cheating.
Yep. Agreed. I mean, the fact of the matter is right now is 4 of the 5 top teams in the playoffs aren't from the SEC.
Right.
And I think Ohio State's going to continue their level of dominance. Oregon is still a program that's on the rise. They made the playoffs in back-to-back years, won the Big Ten last year. Texas Tech still kind of in wait-and-see mode. But who knows? I mean, I'm selling. I don't think that is what's going to get the SEC back to total dominance. Buy, sell, hold from Tej. After next season, Christian Gray will be taken by the 3rd round of the NFL draft.
I'll buy it, Tej. It's not. I'm not as locked into that as I was maybe coming into the year. I don't think Christian improved as much as I thought he would. He improved from last year, but not as much as I thought that he would. He still shows a lack of confidence in himself at times. I think he listens to the outside noise a little bit too much, I'm afraid. He's got the talent to be that. There's no question. But it's possible. He's got the talent to do that. There's no doubt about that. So that's why I'll buy.
Yeah, from a talent perspective, absolutely buy. Absolutely. And I'm not going to try to pretend to be a draft analyst because I'm not. But I know they look at other stuff too. Like if he can stay healthy this year too, that's going to go a big way. Like a nagging hand injury, a nagging shoulder injury. Like I know that they take some of those things into account as well. Now, with that being said, Ben Morrison also got taken in the draft in the season as a 2nd-round draft pick in a season where he just didn't get hurt. Now, Christian Gray has also not had a comparable collegiate career so far to what Ben Morrison has had. Not bad. It's just not Ben Morrison. I don't think that's a bad thing to say. But he this season, absolutely. And I would argue, depending on the type of season he has in 2026, it could even be higher than the 3rd round. Who knows? You never know. But from talent alone, absolutely buy. Then another one from Tej. Dallas Golden will be returning kickoffs next year.
I'll buy that as a strong possibility, yes. It's not a given, but I'll buy that as a strong possibility. He'll be in the mix. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, absolutely has the talent to. I'll buy it. Again, this also kind of goes back to like what they do in the portal at nickel. Like, I don't know if they want their only nickel also having the potential to get hurt on kick return. So who knows? But definitely has the talent to do it. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Then buy, sell, hold. Jordan Faison will lead the team in receptions and yards after catch next season.
Buy. I mean, he led the team in receptions this year. They focused the Z a lot. I mean, I could see Jaden Greathouse doing that. I just need to see him come back first and get healthy. I think it'll be one of those two, would be my guess.
Same page. Buy, sell, hold from Rob Lysenko. Notre Dame's 2028 basketball and Olympic sports are in a non-ACC conference.
Buy. Yeah, I buy that. I don't think that, like, I'm not 100% confident that's going to happen, but I'm hopeful it's going to happen. So I'm going to buy that for one of two reasons. One is they make the right choice and leave the ACC, or B, the ACC is gone. Now, part of it is the answer to submission number 2, which is Jim Phillips gets quietly replaced in the next 12 months. The answer to that could also impact the first one. If Notre Dame, and I don't know that Notre Dame's going to advocate for Jim Phillips being fired. I'm telling you, I would. I think he's been an absolute disaster of a hire for the ACC. And choosing not to move on from a bad hire as your commissioner can literally kill your league. Go ask the Pac-12, who refused to get rid of Larry Scott until it's too late. I don't want the ACC to go that route because of Jim Phillips' terrible leadership. If Notre Dame fights to have him removed, then again, I don't know that they will. I'm telling you what I would do if I was Notre Dame. That could be enough for me to say, okay, you're going to get rid of him, and we're going to have this conversation. We're going to get some things put into work here to make sure this doesn't happen again or there's consequences. And then we'll stick with you guys, and now we'll fight for you guys again. That I could see. So if the second one happens because of Notre Dame's prodding, then I could see the first one not happening. Does that make sense?
Yep.
In my head, it made sense, but I don't know if it came out of this making sense.
No, it makes sense. I definitely get what you're saying. The outcome of the second submission will kind of dictate what happens in the first submission. Absolutely. I'm going to hope by it. I hope Notre Dame is in a different conference. I would love nothing more for them to go back to the Big East and basketball, especially basketball. I think that'd be great. But overall, like, I'm kind of leaning towards sell. Like, I'm really, really hoping that Pete Bavacqua's, media, just like 48-hour media campaign wasn't the end-all, be-all of some of the backlash from the playoffs and what the ACC did. Then I also don't know how much I trust ACC leadership to replace Jim Phillips. Like, I don't know how serious they are about that. So as much as I would love to hope by the first, I think I'm going to sell. I think I'm going to sell both, unfortunately. Another one from Rob, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame comes to any form of an agreement with either the Big Ten or the SEC conferences, meaning not just individual schools, for a game or games per season prior to any news about the ACC getting released.
So I think if something like that happens, it would come after something happened with the ACC. Yeah.
Plus, I don't know if that would be in violation. This is just an I don't know. I don't know if that would be a violation on Notre Dame's end with their agreement with the ACC, if they can also set up the same type of scheduling agreement with another conference. Like, they might. I just don't know if that's a thing. So that could also play into that.
Now, they could do something where they do that as sort of like a shot across the bow. I get that. And maybe that's kind of what they do. But, that there's some rumblings if they feel they need to do that to threaten the ACC. But I think the reality is if you're to that point in time, your relationship's over. And I think we'd hear something about that relationship being over first.
Yeah, totally fair.
Somebody asked, why would they get rid of him? He did what he needed him to do. You're missing the point. We're not saying fire Jim Phillips because of what he did to Notre Dame. What we have said, and we have said a lot of times, is this is the final straw. He's been a terrible commissioner from the moment he was hired, which we've talked about in the past. It would be stupid of us to say, guy's done a good job until he pissed off Notre Dame. They should fire him now. No. He has done a lot of damage to the ACC. This was a final straw situation, not was going good until then. That's never what we've said, ever.
Buy, sell, hold from D. Masak 2. We see both Kenny Minchie and CJ Carr in the 2026 Heisman race.
I mean, I can't even comment on that. until I see where Kenny goes. But I don't. Let's just say hypothetically, Trevor, he goes somewhere that you and I believe is the perfect fit for his skill set. I think Kenny's a very good player. I don't think he's that level player. I don't think he's like Steve Angeli, if he'd have played all season, was not going to be in the Heisman conversation. I mean, he wasn't. And because it's not just an award for most productive. You know, I mean, Kyle McCord last year led the nation in passing. He had 4,779 passing yards and 34 touchdowns. He was 10th in Heisman voting and only had 9 total votes. Curtis Rourke had over twice as many votes as he had. Bryson Daly had 60 more votes than he did. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that Steve was going to necessarily surpass what Kyle McCord did. If anything, he would have matched it. And I don't know that they were going to win more than be better than 9-3. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not just about volume of numbers. You know what I mean? Like, that's why the kid from North Texas wasn't in the conversation. So I don't know that Kenny's very good. And I've said this before, Kenny can take you to the playoffs. I don't know that Kenny can win you a championship. And I'm someone who's very high on Kenny. And when I mean win you a championship, I mean put the team on his shoulders and win a championship. Kenny can absolutely quarterback a championship football team if the cast around him is good enough. He's a good football player. I like Kenny a lot. I just don't know that he's like legit Heisman Trophy race good, no matter where he goes. So that's why I'll sell that. And that doesn't at all take away from how good I think Kenny Minchie is.
Yep. I'm same boat. Absolute same boat as you are. Buy, sell, hold from the history expert. Excluding JMU and Tulane, you would be in favor of scheduling home and home games with all of the playoff teams not already on the schedule or recently played. Texas A&M, Miami, i.e. Ohio State, Texas Tech, Georgia, Ole Miss, Oklahoma, Oregon.
I'd have no problem playing any of those teams. I don't love the idea of playing Texas Tech and Oregon. I just don't know what value either one of those teams necessarily brings to you. Texas Tech would bring more value than Oregon because you're at least going to Texas, but you're going out in Lubbock, Texas, which isn't exactly like near the hotbeds of recruiting. But I wouldn't be against it either. So look, I'll play anybody, anywhere, anytime type of guy. You just don't do 8 of those teams in 1 year. You know what I mean? Like I'll play any of those teams. I'll play any 2 of those teams in 1 year. I just don't want to play 3 or 4 of those teams in 1 year because nobody does that.
Yeah.
Or rarely.
I would be down to schedule home and homes with all of those teams from a recruiting standpoint. I think Texas brings you a little bit more benefit. From a perception standpoint, I think Oregon brings you a little bit more benefit. So again, I'd be down to play any one of these in a home and home. I think that'd be sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Buy, sell, hold from Alex Rohr. Cam Williams will become an actual contributor to the offense next season.
I'm going to hope by that because that would not only say a lot about Cam, but also say something about Mike Brown that I would want to hear. I want Mike Brown to work at Notre Dame. I like Mike Brown. I think he's a good guy. I have no beefs with him. I think he's done some good things. I just want to see him do better. And this would be the number one example that he's doing better and maximizing his own potential as a coach. Look, players aren't the only ones that haven't reached their full potential. Coaches, you're not the same coach in year 1 as you are in year 10.
Yeah.
Unless you're not good. If you are the same coach in year 10 and year 1, that means you're just not good. So yeah.
I'm a hope by it too. I mean, that would mean we just had an entire discussion about Notre Dame's margin of victory and what they could do. Cam Williams would play a big factor in that. So I'm going to hope by it too. Because I think it's now that he's going to be like a junior. I mean, redshirt sophomore, but now that he's getting ready to be a junior, I think it's more of a necessity now than it is just a nice to have, in my opinion. Like last 2025, it would have been like nice if Cam Williams would have broken out, got 20 snaps a game, and ended the year with like 20 catches. Like that would have been great. This season, I think it's a necessity. So we'll see. And then another one, buy, sell, hold from Alex. At some point in the future, the NFL offspring trifecta will start together at Notre Dame. Elijah Burris, Caden Finley, Devin Fitzgerald.
I'll buy that as a possibility. Yeah.
I'll buy that
I'll
because
buy
it
that
was
as a
sweet.
possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think this is a stretch to think that could happen.
Oh, no. No. I think it'd just be super, super cool.
Yeah. I could see in 3 years, Caden Finley's at Z, Devin Fitzgerald's at boundary X, and Elijah Burris is in the slot. Or Caden Finley's in the slot and Elijah Burris is at Z. Or Caden Finley's in the boundary and Devin Fitzgerald's at Z. Whatever combination you want to go with, I could certainly see this trio starting for Notre Dame. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could certainly see that.
Buy, sell, hold. The Notre Dame versus USC rivalry will continue, but as a neutral site game moving forward.
If that's the case, then screw it. Scrap the rivalry. Like, I don't want it. The whole point is them coming here, us going there kind of thing. You know, like this whole has to be in weeks 1 or 2, has to be, screw that. If you have to jump through this many hoops to play them, that they don't want to play you. Move on. Show them that, like, sometimes I just want Notre Dame to call people's bluff. Oh, you think we need you more than you need us? Cool. Let's test that theory. Let's test that theory and see how that goes. If that's what it has to be, then sell. I'm selling it. I don't know what Notre Dame will do. I'm selling it. I'd rather end the rivalry than to see this crap every year. It's a joke. So it's even dumber than what I've heard people say. Bowl game should be at the beginning of the year. So you're going to have teams who just are completely turned over every year playing bowl games to start a season based on what they did the previous season. That might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Like the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. This is a close second, in my opinion. And Alex, that's not a shot at you. Alex is responding to what is out there as a possibility. My comment is not towards Alex. My comment is towards the fact that we're even entertaining this idea because of what USC is doing. That, just so we're clear, Alex, that is not you at all. It's this whole thing is just dumb. And it just makes me despise USC. It just completely cheapens the rivalry entirely, in my opinion. Like Brian Smith put some out there today, and he's asking a question based on what we're hearing. Thoughts on if these teams play the beginning of the year. And I'm like, if that's what Notre Dame has to do to keep this rivalry, then I don't want this rivalry, because what kind of rivalry plays in a game that nobody cares about by the end of the season? That's not a rivalry. If by the end of the year your game is completely irrelevant, then why does it matter? Notre Dame could beat USC by 50 in the opener. And if USC finishes on a 10-game win streak, they're in the playoffs. How do we know that? We saw them do that in 2016. Because in a 12-team playoff, they'd have been in the playoffs and lost to Alabama like 55-3. Nobody cares about games at the beginning of the season when it comes to a rivalry aspect. You know what I mean? Like in 2018, Notre Dame beats Michigan in the opener. By the end of the year, everybody's like, well, Michigan's a better team than Notre Dame is now. That doesn't happen if that game's played in late October, November.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, Trev? Like, remember that? If Michigan would have beat Ohio State in 2018, Michigan might have been ranked ahead of Notre Dame, even though they played head-to-head. And Notre Dame won convincingly, was clearly the better team in that game.
I think the most frustrating thing for me about this whole thing is, why is it just this rivalry that has to be moved around, that has to be catered, that has to go to a neutral site? Like, if we were to use this platform and talk about how, hey, maybe just Ohio State and Michigan just don't play every year, and when they do, they should play, I don't know, in Detroit Lions Stadium. It should just be neutral.
Indianapolis.
The Iron Bowl shouldn't be every year. It should be like every other year. I mean, make it the first week of the season. Let it not count towards conference play. Like, why is it this rivalry? That bothers me. That bothers me a lot. But no, overall, Alex, I'm selling it, because if you make it a neutral site, then just don't play. Because where is all the neutral site games going to be? A state bordering California. Like it's going to be at it's going to be at the Raiders' new stadium. It's going to be out at SoFi. I
It
guarantee
won't
it's
be in
not going to be at
Indy,
Lucas Oil.
Detroit, exactly. Chicago, yeah, exactly.
Like it'll be the closest it will ever get to Notre Dame is if they go play in Jerry World and play down in Dallas.
All right.
Like that. No, man. Sell. The buy sell hold from 13 reasons why Notre Dame will have a top 5 roster next season.
Barring just unforeseen attrition that I don't anticipate, definitely buy. They'll be in the top 5, and as Trevor likes to say, they won't be 5th.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
I know. That's why I gave you credit. I gave you credit for it. It's just Trevor saying. Just like Trevor doesn't want I get it where you're coming from the USC thing, Trev. Like the whole greatest transcontinental rivalry in football just isn't
Oh,
you're never gonna live that. Like that's why Trev wants the rivalry to go away, because he doesn't want that transcontinental rivalry thing to get brought up every year. That's why he wants that to go away. I get it. I see right through you, Trev.
I messed it up again too. I was texting my dad about it. I messed it up again, and I didn't even call it the transcontinental. I called it the intercontinental. Like I was just like, I just can't get it. I just really can't.
Too much wrestling. That's like me. Look, in my head, I know Fernando Mendoza's the quarterback in Indiana. When it comes out of my mouth in words, it's Francisco Mendoza. I do that all the time. Like you brought it, like, hey, just FYI, you keep calling him Francisco. And I said, I know, and I know that's wrong. It's like Blake Baker, the Missouri DC. I mean, excuse me, the Missouri DC. He used to be the Missouri DC. Like that's one I constantly get wrong.
Oh,
so,
man.
I always call him Bryce, and in my head, I know it's Blake Baker. But when I'm talking about him, like in a thought process that's not tied to, don't get his name wrong, I always call him Bryce. I don't know why. But here's one: ball peen intercontinental ballistic rivalry. Yes,
I'm just gonna start implementing wrestling into just everything that I talk about.
Yeah.
Oh man.
One of my most memorable wrestling matches from my childhood was an intercontinental championship. Is the Honky Tonk Man was going to fight whoever. He had beaten up, I think, Jake Snake Roberts, and he couldn't fight. And he's like, I'm out there. He's this guy that used to dress up like Elvis Presley. This is back in the 80s and 90s. He looked like his name was Honky Tonk Man. He played guitar. He'd hit people with guitars. He had sideburns like Elvis Presley.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, I'll fight anybody, anywhere, whoever you want to come out there. And there's this pause, and all of a sudden the Ultimate Warrior's music starts playing, and he comes running out. He's just crazy. He had no ring presence, no no promo presence whatsoever. He just was giant and muscular, and he comes running out and he beats him 30 seconds. Guy didn't even get out his warm-ups. Ultimate Warrior beats him in 30 seconds. I'll never, for whatever reason, I'll never forget that match. And it was for the Intercontinental Championship. I don't know why that one sticks in my head, because it was a terrible match. It was 30 seconds, and it was two guys I wasn't even a fan of. I don't know why. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, don't know why I remember that one. Yeah, it's hilarious.
Sometimes stuff just sticks with you.
And it's it was a short battle, so it's he did a couple big splashes on him, pile drived him a couple times, fight over, and you're like, okay. Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Anyway, good stuff. So this is one that's going to go over to a couple pages, just FYI.
Right on. Buy, sell, hold from Sean McCardle. In this era of portal, NIL, rev share, and the corresponding struggle to achieve quality depth, buy, sell, hold in importance. Assistant coaches' ability to develop young, less expensive players. 2, Landau's ability to keep starters, rotation players healthy. Or 3, Mike Martin's ability to acquire and retain talent under the salary cap.
I'm going to say number 1 is most important. I'll buy that one.
Yep.
I will hold Mike Martin's ability to acquire, retain talent under the salary cap, and I'll sell Orlando's ability to keep starters, rotation players healthy. I think they're all 3 very important, and I think Sean nailed 3 very important ingredients to achieving this as a program.
Yep.
The reason I put this one third is because I don't care how good your strength coach is over the course of 16 games, you've got to have a lot of guys ready.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he shouldn't have to have that type of thing. It shouldn't be on him to overcome mistakes by 1 and 3. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
2 is incredibly important, but it shouldn't be at the expense. It shouldn't be you have to bail out 1 and 3.
Yep.
It's the key ingredient to making sure 1 and 3 achieve their maximum potential. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So even though I'm selling it, it doesn't mean it's less important.
No, that makes complete sense. I have the same order that you do. Very interested in the third submission, Martin's ability to acquire and retain talent under the salary cap. I've gone on record before to say that, like, I really, really appreciate Notre Dame going after somebody with NFL experience because it's getting very similar to NFL-like models. The thing that I just hope, and it's the reason why I'm bringing it up, it's just an unknown. I don't know how this is going to be handled, but I hope that Mike Martin treats this differently than the NFL. A lot of the NFL players understand that what they're in is like, it is a business. Like, the NFL owns the rights to your name. Like, you are a transactional piece in all of this. College, it's a bit of a different animal. It's like people are going for their educations. I mean, and I know it's not everybody. Well, I'm not naive to think that everybody wants to go. Yeah. I'm not naive in the fact that I think that everybody's going to earn an education. I understand that. But Notre Dame is a different animal than most schools. And so I hope that it's not just, well, this is just what it is. That's the cap. I did this in the NFL. I have to do it here now. College is just different in that regard. You know, the reason why I bring it up, I just don't know how it's going to be handled because it's a completely new era.
Yeah. Yep. I'm just not looking forward to seeing what this is going to be. Really aren't. And for the record, people in the chat saying I'm a wrestling fan. I used to be a big wrestling fan when I was a kid. Because, I was young when that happened. I wasn't like a senior in high school when Ultimate Warrior beat the Honky Tonk Man. When I was a kid, I definitely watched it. And then the last time I really, really watched wrestling was like at the end of the WCW and then the Attitude Era with The Rock, Stone Cold, DX, that group. That's the last time I really followed wrestling. It's been a while.
That's when I started to get into it, was the Attitude
Era. That was like, I loved WCW when it was really going. When the NWO came in, I was like, I'm out. Because, but the Attitude Era in the WWF was probably the best. I was more of a WCW. I was a WWF kid as a fan. Then moved as I got teenage years was more WCW. I was a big Sting fan, and a lot of guys from WWF had gone over there. Macho Man, and Hawk had gone over there. But if you have to take all of the eras, what one was the most entertaining? The Attitude Era was amazing, and it just because that to me is when you had the best combination of personalities with great wrestling ability, in my opinion. Like Hulk Hogan was a great personality, but he was a terrible wrestler. You didn't know that when you were 8. When you're 18, you're like, this guy can't wrestle. You know what I mean? Whereas Shawn Michaels was a tremendous wrestler. The Rock was a very good wrestler when he was younger. Stone Cold was a good wrestler when he was younger. And you know what I mean? Those guys were really good talents. They weren't just personalities like Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan and, guys like that. So, but I was a huge Hulk Hogan fan as a kid. You know what I mean? The Hulkster, that's back when I thought wrestling was real when I was 7, 8 years old,
Wait, what?
Yeah. No. What do you mean real? You know what I mean by real? The stuff they don't really, but that's a physical thing that you do. But my point is when I thought the outcomes weren't decided and, I thought they were wrestling to see who's going to win. I didn't know that they were, what it is.
Yep. Yeah. I get you completely. I get you. Buy, sell, hold from Dane Dad 22. The NIL cap was put in place partially to help elevate the SEC's championship chances, and ESPN and the SEC have pushed for this rule change. My thought is that the cap will not be enforced at several institutions, and cheating will definitely occur.
I don't think that that's necessarily the reason that it was put in place, but I think that's I don't think that's the only reason it was put in place, but I do think that has something to do with it. Because they put that in place knowing teams like Notre Dame, Ohio State, Penn State will try to live by it. Knowing they have zero intention of doing so in that league. Zero. So, I think that's part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely do too. I mean, again, I go back and I'm going to sound like a broken record, and I'm still going to continue to say it for a little bit because it's still kind of fresh. No, I'm not putting anything past it anymore, especially not ESPN or the playoff committee, anything that comes to helping out the SEC. Like, it's unfortunate. I still go back to that Sunday. Talk about how Notre Dame had minus 3,500 odds on FanDuel to make the playoffs. And then next thing we know, we see Alabama pop up at that 9 slot. No, nothing would surprise me anymore, unfortunately. That's just where we're at. Another one from Dane Dad 22. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have more players enter the portal this year than any other time in the Freeman era. The offensive line, wide receiver, and DB rooms will see the most attrition.
I'll buy the first part for sure. I do definitely think we'll see O-line and DB attrition. I don't know about receiver. That I'm not as sure of as far as like more than others. But if I had to get, I mean, I think you're not far off, if not spot on, when it all said and is done about those 3 positions. And part of that's because those are the 3 of the 4 biggest rooms on your roster. The only other one that's not, the only one that's as big is the D-line, and they're losing a bunch of guys to graduation. So, like, guys that may otherwise transfer, if they were all coming back, are going to not transfer because the opportunities are there. So, I mean, it's 3 of the 4 biggest rooms on your roster, and they're going to have the most. I mean, like, if you think about it, if you have 5 running backs with the potential of coming back, that's 20% of your roster. You know what I mean? If that's 4 defensive linemen leaving, you know what I mean? Like, 1 running back leaving a group of 5 is like losing 4 of your 20 defensive linemen or DBs. So just some context into why the volume is there. It's not, oh, Joe Rudolph's the worst coach ever. Like, yeah, I think there's been some issues with Joe Rudolph and connecting with the players in that room. And I think that has led to some of the departures over the last couple of years. But you're always going to have inherently more departures from O-line and D-line because those are your biggest rooms. You know what I mean? So, like, Jaywan Sider only lost 1 guy to the portal. He's a better coach. Well, yeah, he lost the same percentage of his roster as what Al Washington or Mike Mickens or Joe Rudolph lost. If they lose 4, that kind of thing.
Makes sense. Then buy, sell, hold. We will see at least 3 more coaches currently on the staff leave and take other jobs, either at the NFL level or as lateral moves.
I'm going to sell that for now. I don't know that it'll be 3 more. It's possible, but I don't know that. I'll just leave it at that. I'll leave it at that for now.
Fair enough. I'm a sell it as well. That just sounds like a big number. From Iden Benami, buy, sell, hold. Brennan Vernon, Cole Mullins, Logan Thomas have not grown or panned out as we'd like to so far, whether that's their fault or not. Not being rude.
Sell. Cole Mullins and Logan Thomas just finished their sophomore years of college. Logan Thomas was on the field as a true freshman on the last play of the game of the Sugar Bowl as a pass rusher. He's on a track that I'm comfortable with. Cole Mullins is on a track that I'm comfortable with. I didn't expect either of those guys to be players at this point in time in their careers. Brennan Vernon's the only one who hasn't panned out, whether his fault or not. So I'll sell that.
Then buy, sell, hold. Ben Minnick, Carson Hobbs, Bodie Cahoon, Joe Kia don't have the physical ability to get meaningful minutes at Notre Dame.
Sell. Especially Bodie Cahoon. Bodie Cahoon's a very talented player. He's just buried on a very deep depth chart behind also very talented players. I think Ben Minnick and Carson Hobbs have physical talent. Ben Minnick's one of the fastest DBs they have. Ben Minnick's issue is size and health. He hasn't been able to stay healthy, and he's not the biggest guy. Carson Hobbs is a really good physical athlete. I don't think Carson Hobbs has the feel for playing defensive back. I mean, that's 2 of your fastest DBs.
Yeah.
Their issues aren't physical ability. They're because you could be tall and athletic and not be a very good football player because you just don't know. You don't have a feel for the game. I think that's more of Carson Hobbs' issue so far. That was my issue with him in high school. He was big, he was long, he was strong, he could run. He just didn't have the natural instincts as a player that some of those other guys had. So he was going to need more time. But yeah, I sell that.
I do as well. I mean, and Joe Key is a true freshman. I'm waiting a while for him to pan out, and we'll see. But I agree with everything else that you said about the three other guys. Mm-hmm. Then another one from IDEN, buy, sell, hold. BD will watch Here Come the Irish.
Eventually I will. I haven't yet, because for me the wounds are still a little too deep. I'm not boycotting it. I'm not mad. I'm not sitting it out. I have Peacock. I'll be able to watch it later. The wounds are still a little too deep right now for me with how the season went. So I will eventually watch it though.
I'm watching it right now. Yeah, that's everything that you're saying is very, very real. It's like watching a movie, knowing the ending, it's tough. Gearing up for part 3 of the buy, sell, hold here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. Carson Jackson is getting us started. Buy, sell, hold 2026 will be the first time in Marcus Freeman's tenure to have a returning starter at quarterback. This, along with the best running back room in the country, will allow the offense to have an already established identity for the first time since 2020, leading to the most successful September we've seen with Marcus Freeman. For the first time in this era of the program, Notre Dame will start off hot. I'm going to hope by this, mostly for the second part of this submission, they have to start out hot. Like, that is an imperative, and we're going to spend a lot of time this offseason talking about how September and the early window of Notre Dame season has to be better. Because we talk a lot about how, Marcus Freeman doesn't make the same mistake, and that's the one mistake that he's repeated. Whatever that may be, whether that's preparation with the team, doing something different at practice, altering practice schedules, what you do in those practices, I don't know what that answer is. I'm also not getting paid the millions of dollars to figure out what that problem is. That's on the shoulders of Marcus Freeman. And if he can figure that out, I agree, because the pieces, Carson, to your point, are there. First time having a returning starting quarterback. I mean, not even just in Marcus Freeman's hands. This is the first time they've had a returning starting quarterback since 19 to 20. Mm-hmm. So the lines are there. They have all of the talent to do that on offense and on defense. Some of it's going to depend on how they manage CJ Carr. I talked about that yesterday. Are you going to put too much on him? Is there too much you can put on him? I'm very high on the running back room. I don't know if I'm ready to coin them as the best running back room in the country yet. Like, they're in the conversation. I don't want to dismiss that in the slightest. But like I said, a lot of that's going to depend on what happens with the portal. How does Kedron Young bounce back from injury? But they're in the discussion. They have a very, once again, underrated receiving core before they go to the portal to make a decision there. What does Joe Rudolph do on the offensive line? The room is loaded with talent. Where's he going to put everybody? How are the competitions going to shake out? So I agree. All the ingredients are there, but I'm buying it strictly off the premise of they have to start out hot. But I think that is not up for debate. So overall, I'm buying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm buying all that they will start off hot for those reasons. It's certainly a possibility. I want to do pushback on the notion that for the first time in this era of the program, Notre Dame will start off hot. I want to remind people we were feeling really good about this Notre Dame team going into the Ohio State game in late September in 2023.
True.
I mean, look, I know that September, October didn't go well, but Notre Dame started that year. We're talking about Sam Hartman as a Heisman Trophy contender after 4 games. I mean, and rightfully so. I mean, through 4 games, Sam Hartman had thrown for 13 touchdowns and no interceptions. He was completing over 70% of his passes. Notre Dame had won over Navy 42-3, 56-3 over Tennessee State, went on the road and beat a ranked NC State team 45-24 and beat Central Michigan at home 41-17. Mm-hmm. We were feeling really good about that football team going into that Ohio State game. So I don't know that I can agree that a team that was scoring well over 40 points a game through 4 games. I mean, let me just do the math here real quick. Through the first 4 games of the season in 2023, they were scoring 45.8 points per game, and they had only given up, let's see here, they were only giving up 11.8 points per game and had beaten a Power 4 team that was ranked in that stretch. So it wasn't murderer's row, but that team was pretty good to start the season. So, I want to push back on that a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll get that completely.
That season was a bit of an anomaly, right, Trevor? That the middle was the bad part of that season.
Yeah.
Now again, part of that was, and that's why I don't know that if they come out of the gate hot in the first 4 games of 2026, that it necessarily means they've answered all those questions. You know what I mean? Because like we have seen it before.
Yeah.
There were some red flags that we saw at that time that like, what about this? What about that? But I don't, but that's a nitpick overall, Carson, with what you said. I think the premise of what you're saying is where it's like they're really dominant, like truly dominant, like sustain over the course of the season dominant over in September. I think that's at the heart of what Carson's saying here, and that I agree with, and that I'll buy because I think they're certainly capable of that.
Absolutely. That 23 season was nuts. 4 straight night games in a row, all against ranked opponents. Like that's crazy.
And that's when the season fell apart.
Mm-hmm. Another one from Carson Jackson. Buy, sell, hold. Aeneas Williams was the most ready to play out of high school, but Kedron Young was always next up to be the next great running back at Notre Dame.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think Aeneas was most ready to play in the specific role that they were looking for at back to play. If let's say that Notre Dame had a third down back and had Jadarian Price, but they didn't have Jeremiah Love, I think we would have seen Kedron play more early because he was more ready to be the guy as an every down ball carrier. Aeneas was more ready to be the third down back, and that was the role he needed to play and was really good at. But I also think the second part of what you said, based on the people that I talked to when they were freshmen, feel that way. I don't know what the current staff feels, but I do know that Kedron was getting more of a push early in fall camp than Aeneas was, partly because Aeneas was hurt, but there were very high expectations for Aeneas, Kedron Young coming out of high school. So
yeah,
I think the reason Aeneas played earlier than Kedron was the specific role that they were asking him to play. If it was more about we need a lead back thing, then I think Kedron would have played.
Yep.
It's what's the role? As long as Kedron's healthy, I think they're both going to play a ton next year. I think they're going to be a really good 1-2 punch.
Agreed. Yeah, situation dictated how that played out. I agree completely.
Yep.
Another one from Carson, buy, sell, hold. Without going to the portal, this receiver room could still be top 10 in the sport if Coach Brown would do what's preached from the program about reaching your full potential. Top 5 to 10 talented room with Jaden Greathouse, Jordan Faison, Cam Williams, Caden Finley, Elijah Burris, Micah Gilbert, Bubba Frazier. Over 100 schools would trade their receiving core just for those 7 guys.
I mean, he didn't even mention KK Smith. He didn't mention Scrap Richardson. He didn't mention Devin Fitzgerald. He didn't mention Braden Robinson. 100% buy that. 100% buy that.
Absolutely.
And that's not even talking about the tight ends.
Buy, sell, hold from Shard. Buy one, sell one, hold one as the next college coach to jump to the NFL. Ryan Day, Marcus Freeman, Steve Sarkisian.
Buy Steve Sarkisian, hold Marcus Freeman, sell Ryan Day.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd go in the same order. Another one from Shard, buy, sell, hold. James Franklin wins the ACC at Virginia Tech before Matt Campbell wins the Big Ten at Penn State.
Oh, easy buy. And that's not even saying that Matt Campbell won't do as good of a job. I think the path to winning an ACC at Virginia Tech is easier than winning the Big Ten at Penn State. I mean, right now the path in the ACC doesn't even necessarily mean you got to go through Miami or Clemson.
Yeah.
I mean, the team that won the ACC this year beat Clemson, who was 7-5. They didn't play Miami. They didn't. I don't think that did Duke play Louisville this year? Let me go look real quick.
I'm not
Let me go
sure.
look at Duke's schedule. They played in conference: NC State, Syracuse, Cal, Georgia Tech, Clemson, Virginia, North Carolina, Wake Forest. So they didn't play. They didn't play SMU. They didn't play Miami. They didn't play. They lost to Georgia Tech. They didn't play Louisville. Like, think about that. And when they played Syracuse, it was the first game without Steve Angeli.
Yep.
So, I mean, you don't have to beat 3 of the 4 best teams in the league to play in and win the league championship the way the ACC is set up right now.
You can have
That's a lot harder to do in the Big Ten. You know what I mean? Like, a lot harder to do in the Big Ten because you've got, if you're looking at Penn State, you've got Ohio State, Michigan, you've got Oregon, USC, Washington, Iowa. Those are all better teams than most of the teams in the ACC right now. So, even if Matt Campbell does a really good job at Penn State, and I think Matt Campbell's a heck of a football coach for the Iowa State level, it remains to be seen if he's a heck of a football coach at a Penn State level. We'll see. Having said that, I think it's a situation where I just think the path at Virginia Tech is easier.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, with all due respect to Matt Campbell, he didn't win the Big 12 championship when he had a good team last year. They got blown out in the Big 12 championship against Arizona State and didn't even play for it this year. And the Big 12 doesn't have an Ohio State, in Indiana, or an Oregon. So, I mean, just for that alone, this is absolutely a buy. Plus, like we've talked about before, I love James Franklin's fit at Virginia Tech. I think that was a really good hire. So, yep, easy buy. And another one from Shard: Ohio State's current win streak against Michigan will end up being longer than Michigan's 4-year win streak that just ended. Oh, yeah. I mean, especially with everything that is going on right now at Michigan, absolutely. I don't know if Ohio State's going to rattle off Archer, I know you're in the chat. You probably know quicker than I would, but what, Ohio State win like 11 years in a row or something like that, 9 years in a row?
It was like 14 out of 15 years. Yeah, it was ridiculous.
I mean, I could see them going on that level of a dominance thing again. I didn't know when the losing streak was going to end for Ohio State, but I have a feeling, especially with everything going on at Michigan, Ohio State's not going to be willing to give that back for quite some time.
Yeah. They won 7 in a row, then lost in the year when Luke Fickell was coach, and then won 8 in a row. Mm-hmm. In the year that they lost with Luke Fickell as coach, they lost by 6, 40-34. It was a close game. And that Ohio State team had a sub 500 record. Look, I think they'll win more than the next 4. I think Michigan's going to be in a world of hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 of the next 3 years are going to be at home.
Yep.
For Ohio State. So I'll buy that. I'll definitely buy that. I think Michigan's is set up for a downfall. Big time downfall.
Buy, sell, hold. Despite having 5 teams in the bracket, the SEC will be absent from the national championship game for the 3rd year in a row.
I'm going to sell that just because I think the system is so rigged. It's going to be statistically difficult for that not to happen. I mean, let me just kind of mess with the bracket a little bit, Trev, while you answer the question. What are your thoughts on this?
I think I'm actually going to buy this. I do. Now, I think there's a lot of validity to what you're saying. I think that the way that the system is set up, the SEC could very well. I mean, right now on FanDuel, the odds are Ohio State is the odds-on favorite to win the national title, followed by Indiana and then Georgia, and then Texas Tech and Oregon are tied at plus 850, and then Texas A&M. There's a big drop-off after that. Texas A&M is next at plus 1,900. So that's not great. But, yeah, I mean, overall, I could absolutely see that happening. I could. I mean,
yeah,
par for the course the last 2 years.
Right. Well, like, okay, so I mean, I'm kind of looking at this now, right? Ohio State was the 2 seed, correct? And then you've got Ole Miss is 6, and then 3 is Georgia. I mean, so you're basically, unless Tulane can beat Ole Miss, you're guaranteed to have one SEC team in the semifinals. Because the winner of Ole Miss and Tulane plays Georgia. Which again, I think was a rigged game. You're guaranteed to get another SEC team in the quarterfinals because you have 2 SEC teams playing each other in Oklahoma and Alabama. I mean, so you're all but guaranteed, unless Tulane can pull off an upset, to have 3 SEC teams in the final 8. You know what I mean? Like, to me, it was a rigged game. So if Oklahoma or Alabama can beat Indiana, which is not going to be easy, you're guaranteed to have one non-SEC. You're only guaranteed to have one non-SEC team in the semifinals, because you've got Oregon, JMU winner plays Texas Tech. You could potentially have an SEC team in every other one. If A&M comes out of their bracket, they'd have to beat Miami and Ohio State. That's going to be very hard. But you're guaranteed to get one SEC team in the semifinals, and another one has to beat Indiana. You're guaranteed to get an SEC team going against Indiana in the quarters. So my point, Trev, is I think they rigged the game to try to make it as possible as they could to get.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, yeah. I don't think it's a coincidence that Miami, A&M, and Ohio State are all grouped together. Yeah. Now you've made Miami's path harder. You've made A&M's path harder, who I don't think gets the same respect and the same push as the other SEC teams do. So I think the game is rigged. It'll be harder. But I still think it's possible. Because it's like, it's Bama, Oklahoma is going to have to beat Indiana, Oregon, and Texas Tech.
Yep.
So
100%. Yep. That's kind of where a lot of mine came from, is like, it's definitely rigged in their favor. I just don't know if they're going to be able to beat some of those teams.
Agree.
That's my whole thing.
Agree.
And buy, sell, hold, despite.
Sorry, it's going the wrong way.
No worries. Despite Brett Uramax sucking up to the SEC and ESPN, Greg Sankey would gladly steal away Texas Tech if their brand grows big enough.
Oh, yeah. 100%. That guy's a clown. I'm sorry. There's no other way to say it. He's a clown. He would. Yeah. They would screw over the Big 12 with a quickness. I have no sympathy for people who have sympathy for people that want to kill them. Whether it's personally or whether it's business-wise or any other way. When someone seeks your destruction and your response is, well, let's just be nicer to them, you are a really unintelligent person who has deep down suicidal tendencies. I mean, I'm being serious there. You are so dumb that you don't realize you're bringing about your own destruction as an entity or as a person. So absolutely. There's so many. It just goes to show that talent doesn't always rise to the top.
Agreed.
Because if talent always rose to the top, you wouldn't have Jim Phillips and Brett Yormark leading two of the big conferences in college football. Flat out.
That's a good point. Buy, sell, hold from Double Bogey. There will be at least 3 new coaches on staff next season, linebackers accounted for.
I'll buy that. I think that's closer to the number that I'm comfortable with than 3 more.
Yeah.
From the previous one. Because I see a path for 3. I think there's 3 coaches out there that I think people are trying to poach right now. I think 2 of them could go. Not a given, could go. It could end up being none after Max Bullock. It could end up being 2 more, 3 more. I just say that I'm comfortable buying. I don't think it's a given by any stretch, but as of right now, I think that's possible.
Then buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will land another top 5 pass rushing prospect in the 27 class.
I'll buy that. I mean, there's 3 or 4 on the board. They just got to land one of them. I'll buy that. absolutely will buy that for
For
sure.
sure. Well, I think another top recruit like that is also going to see what Notre Dame did in this past class and the production that their defensive line had this past season
Yeah.
and say, yeah, I
Oh,
want to be a part of that.
dude. I mean, you had an article out yesterday that I would encourage people to read where you talked about just how good the D-line was this year, even though they don't get credit from not only nationally, but they don't get credit for it from Notre Dame fans.
Nope. I mean,
in some instances. I mean, this D-line was really good this year.
yeah.
And you got people talking about, they need a better D-line coach. They need to go out and get better D tackles in the portal because they weren't good enough at D tackle this year. And I'm just like, apparently we were watching a different football team, or you just stopped paying attention to the D-line after halftime of the Miami game. You know what I mean?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Like that's all I can think about there. I mean, but it's not just that too, Trevor. The 27 class is going to go watch what Boubacar does in his second year removed from a knee injury. They're going to watch what Josh Burnham does as a fifth-year senior, what Bryce Young does as a junior. You know what I mean? Like, and to your point, we think that Rodney Dunham and Ebenezer Tade do something as freshmen.
Yep.
You're going to be like, man, that's impressive.
Yeah, it's going to be nasty. I mean, the title of the article is Notre Dame's defensive line, one of the most underrated units in the country, because I think that it is. It just doesn't get any love, and they played really well this year.
Yep, I agree.
Another one from Double Bogey. Buy one, sell one, hold one of these classic Christmas movies. A Christmas Story, Elf, Christmas Vacation.
Ooh. This is actually the sell is easy for me. I'm selling Elf. That's like of the other two, that's an easy one. Elf is funny, has some funny parts, but overall it's not nearly as good of a movie as the other two. I have a tougher time with the other two. I'd probably buy Christmas Vacation. I absolutely love that movie. But A Christmas Story is more of a classic. So like if it's my favorite movie, it's Christmas Vacation. If you're buy, selling, and holding them from a classic standpoint, I think you got to buy A Christmas Story, because it's more of a classic. I think Christmas Vacation is also a big staple for Christmas, especially for people that are the closer you get to my age, the more you're going to appreciate that movie. I think if you're going to be curious to see Trevor's opinion, but my thought would be is you're going to see more people under the age of 30 have Elf either as their buy or their hold. But for me, I would go personal opinion, buy a Christmas Vacation, hold A Christmas Story, which sucks because I'm going to watch both of them every Christmas. And I'm selling Elf. If I'm looking at it from what's the more buy, sell, hold from a classic movie standpoint, I'm buying The Christmas Story, holding Christmas Vacation, selling Elf. I'm selling Elf no matter what. I wanted to get that out now, Trev. The young buck who I just stereotyped can answer the question.
I'm gonna buy Christmas Vacation. I love that movie. That movie's fantastic. I'm gonna hold Elf. I love Elf. I think it's great. It's a different type of Christmas movie. Big fan. And then the only reason why I'm selling A Christmas Story is solely for the fact, and I do love it. I've just seen it so many times that I view this question as like, which one would I be more inclined to watch? And spoiler alert, I'm going to watch all three. I've already watched all three of these so far since December.
I haven't watched I've only watched Christmas Vacation so far this winter.
Yeah,
I've been a little busy.
I've watched all three. That being said, it's when I was growing up for 18 years, we watched A Christmas Story on Christmas Eve, and then we had it on the TV all day Christmas Day, and then we'd go to my Nana's house in Cincinnati, and then we'd watch it there all day. And so it's kind of like talking about like classic songs, like favorite songs, stuff like that. It's like I'll love it, but it doesn't necessarily mean I want to watch it all the time. That's how I feel about A Christmas Story. Absolutely a classic, very quotable, but that's literally the only reason why I'm selling it. It's not because I don't like it.
It's why?
Just because I've seen it easily 400 times.
Gotcha. Interesting. So I was kind of right then, right?
What'd you say?
Because you'd have Elf as one of the top two. So I was kind of right.
Yeah, I don't know if that has
to do with that I predicted, though.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like one thing we can all agree upon, and maybe I'm the outlier here. Can we agree that The Polar Express is a very overrated Christmas movie? Maybe that's just me. It's just, it's very okay. Best scene in that movie is the hot chocolate scene when they're on the train. Best scene in that entire movie.
Angela was talking about how she's like, hey, did you know that Polar Express is coming to the movie theater? And I was like, I had not heard that. And she's like, would you want to go see it? I was like, I don't know. I've never seen it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've never seen it.
It's just very okay. Very okay.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat said, I'm 40 and still enjoy watching A Wonderful Life. Makes you appreciate the small things. You know, I hadn't watched The Wonderful Life or Miracle on 34th Street in forever. And I watched them both last year. I watched the older version of Miracle on 34th Street, not the newer one. And reminded me of, these are wonderful. And so I'll be watching It's a Wonderful Life every Christmas from now on. But I hadn't watched it since I was probably in my teens.
It's a good
honestly.
Movie. Yeah.
It's a great movie. Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Teach Like a Champion. Coach Freeman is more likely to stay at Notre Dame now than he would have been before the drastic changes in college football.
Sell, actually. I think what's happening in college football right now makes it less likely some coaches stay in the NFL or stay in college football.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why a lot of people go and aspire to go from college to the NFL. Some stay, like it's not a one size fits all type of deal, but there's a lot of stuff that you have to deal with at the college level that you just simply don't have to deal with at the NFL level.
Well, and things that you do have to deal with at the NFL level, Trev, that you have to, I mean, like there's things you have to deal with at the NFL level that you have to deal with in college and the NFL, but there's more chaos now. There's less I mean, it's like, I saw Ross Dellinger had a tweet up to a story he wrote, and I didn't read the story yet. I saw his tweet as I was scrolling this morning, but he said basically, what's the only sport where coaches and players basically become free agents during the season, and movement happens. The majority of movement happens during the season. It's the only sport that happens. So if I'm going to have to deal with the same kind of player retention in the NFL as in college, but in the NFL, there's at least rules. I get breaks in the offseason. Why would you not want to go do that? So I think the appeal for top coaches staying in college gets lesser and lesser every year, sadly, because there's zero leadership in college football right now. Zero. It's very sad.
Another one from Teach Like a Champion. Buy, sell, hold. With a salary cap of $20.5 million for all sports and some teams, possibly the Irish included, with multiple marquee players demanding and deserving a six-figure amounts, it is extremely challenging to field a championship contending team without bending or breaking the rules. I buy that it's extremely challenging. I don't think you have to break the rules to field a championship caliber team. There's just going to have to be business decisions that are made. And I think more coaches are going to be faced, more teams, more programs are going to be faced with, okay, self-evaluation is going to become a very underrated tool, in my opinion. I think teams, head coaches, programs, GMs alike are going to have to look at their program and say, okay, where are we? Are we in a spot where we can win next year? Or are we a couple years away from it? That's going to factor a lot into what you do with the salary cap. You see it all the time in the NFL. NFL teams have to decide year in and year out in the draft. It's like, okay, are we in a spot where we can win it now? Because if so, we got to go make a splash in free agency and bring in that one or two guys that can get us over the hump. Or is it, we're like 3 years away, we still need some player development. So I think we're going to see that a little bit at the collegiate level. It's like, okay, where are we? Are we in a spot where we can compete for a national championship in 2026? Now, I think that's going to dictate a lot of where some of the salary cap goes. That's how I view it. I don't think you have to break the rules to be a championship contending team. I think it's just going to depend on where you're at.
I think it also goes down to that's why it's so important to recruit the right type of players coming out of high school.
Absolutely.
Having said, because this is not an opinion, I'm telling you a fact. Jeremiah Love knowingly made a lot less money at Notre Dame last year than he could have made on the open market last offseason. Knowingly made that choice. Knowingly. He did the same thing coming out of high school. He got 6 figures from Notre Dame coming out of high school, not even close to the $1 million offers he was getting from other schools. Knowingly, he made that choice. Not every player in college football is I'm going to the school that's going to pay me the most. Sure. And those kids aren't coming to Notre Dame out of high school, and they're not coming to Notre Dame out of the portal. Now, that doesn't mean Notre Dame won't have to make some tough decisions. And I'm going to not like some of the things that Notre Dame does. And here's the challenge for Notre Dame. How you handle your own players and how you treat your own players is going to actually be that aren't top guys is going to be the bigger challenge. How do you handle that veteran player that you just can't afford to keep? How you treat him on his way out the door is going to have a lot of impact on who you are. How do you treat the talented young recruit that's getting a bigger payday who hasn't quite panned out yet? How do you treat him is going to have a big say on your ability to keep your culture as strong as it is now. It won't actually be about the money. It'll be about how you treat him. So if you're going to give a kid a lesser offer because he didn't play last year, do you do it the right way or the wrong way? The right way being, matter of fact, it's just business. Peace out. You're going to lose your culture. If you do it the right way, it's like, look, man, this is what we got to do, but we love you. We want to keep you. Keep working because next year, if you do what we think you can do, we think you can be back out here making a lot more next year, but this is just the reality of us working with the cap. There's a right way and a wrong way to treat people. And if Notre Dame does it the right way, and coaches aren't hiding behind Mike Martin, well, this is just the GM doing, we don't have anything to do with the money stuff. Bull crap. Then you shouldn't be a part of the recruiting process. If you're going to be part of the recruiting process, but not a part of the retention process, then you're hiding behind a system instead of doing what's right and treating people the right way. That goes from Marcus Freeman on down the entire coaching staff. Don't hide behind Mike Martin to make all these tough decisions because he's not an everyday guy, so he's allowed to be the bad guy. I don't want to see that. You do that, you're going to lose the culture you've built. I promise you. Now, if Mike Martin has to make those tough decisions, as long as Marcus Freeman and the coaches are part of that, hey, listen, this is the reality of football, and it sucks, and we hate it. Hopefully next year you can make more, but, bro, stick with us because you're still getting a free education. I'm going to coach you up. You're going to get a chance to play. And if you play for me this year, next year, bro, you're not going to be closer to a degree, but you're going to be getting a much bigger pay raise next year. There's a right and a wrong way to do it. My fear is that Notre Dame is going to do what a lot of teams are doing, which is doing it the wrong way, hiding behind the GM, letting the GM be the bad guy so the coaches can throw their hands up in the air and be like, man, that sucks. Nothing I can do about it. Bull crap. So as long as they do it the right way, then I absolutely believe that Notre Dame will be just fine. But the minute you lose the culture, the minute you lose the trust of the players because you're not treating the kids you're processing out the right way, then the players are going to start looking this as only business decisions. The minute the coaches make this all about business decisions, the guys they cut is all about business, and you don't treat those kids the right way on their way out, then the players are going to start doing more and more of the, well, hey, man, look what they did to this kid. How do I know they're not going to do that to me next year if somebody beats me out? So, or if I get hurt or if I don't play as much. So you know what, dude, screw that. I'm just going to go make my own money and just look out for me. The coaches and programs can't do what's best for them, and they get mad when the players do what's best for them financially. Can't do it. So I'm not saying they will or won't do this. I'm saying this is my concern. This is going to be the thing that for Notre Dame and other programs included, I'm using the Notre Dame coaches as examples in this story. But as long as they treat kids the right way, even if what you're delivering them is bad news, then you're going to be able to maintain that culture. If you don't do it the right way, then you're going to lose that culture. And more kids are going to say, I'm out. Because it's not even what you did to me. I saw what you did to my boy. And you guys want loyalty from us, but you're not going to show us any. So now it's a bit. Now it is truly a business, which means I'm taking that extra $300,000 offer to go somewhere else. Because you're not going. I can't trust that you're going to look out for me. Because look what you did to my buddy. So that's going to be a big part of that. A big part of that. But again, somebody said we've seen that at the O-line already. Again, I'm not saying that. You're going to have to let kids walk. You are. You have to. There's times where a school is going to offer a player more money than you think you can pay him to make your whole roster come together. If a team's willing to offer an offensive lineman $1.5 million and you don't think he's worth more than $500,000, you got to let that kid walk and hope that you've recruited and developed the rest of your roster enough to have a smooth transition. But what I'm saying is there's a right and a wrong way to let him know that's what you're doing. Dropping, comments to sources to where this stuff is getting out publicly before you've had that conversation with him, not the right way to do it. So as long as you do it the right way, kids are going to understand and respect it. That's the point.
Yeah, absolutely. Always a right and
I just
wrong
feel
way
like
to do
talking about it for 5 more minutes now, because when somebody's going to tell me that I need to move on from a subject, this is my show. And so I actually want to talk about this a little bit more, Trev. So let's talk about this a little bit more. Don't tell me to move on to a subject. Some of y'all, the audacity some of y'all have.
Buy, sell, hold from Teach Like a Champion. Mike Mickens is the best combination of developer and recruiter in the country for a position coach.
I think that's absolutely true. Buy that completely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I've seen kids talking about what we were just talking about. Now, it's a different era now because you can't always control who you keep and don't keep as a position coach. Or I shouldn't say that. You don't have control over what's being offered to a kid, because otherwise every position coach is going to be fighting for his own players, and you can't work with under a salary cap that way. That's why you need someone at the top, head coach first, GM second, making some of those tough decisions. What I've said, going back to the last point, because I can talk about whatever I want to talk about on my show, that's why it's so important that it's about how you treat people and not hiding behind those things. What I'm referring to is if you treat kids the right way, even when kids leave, you keep that culture of your program. But when you don't treat kids the right way, then you lose that culture. And that's been true for a while, and it's got to be true now. There was kids that I've shared this story before. A couple years ago, there was a player, pretty good player, but he's just buried in the depth chart. And I was talking to his dad, who I knew well. I said, "Man, is your kid gonna leave?" And he said, "No, he's not." I talked to him about it. We as a family, we brought it up. What do you want to do? Here's your options. And he said, "No, I want to stay." And I said, "Well, what? Why?" He said he still believes in Mike Mickens, and he knows there's kids ahead of him. He says, but Mike Mickens treats him like he treats Benjamin Morrison and Cam Hart. He coaches them up every day. He works with them every day. He's invested in developing them, and he knows he's not going to play over those guys, but he feels like he feels part of that brotherhood. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's got to maintain this new era. It's got to be maintained in this new era. And I think that's one of the things that makes Mike Mickens one of the best in the business, and why you just don't see a ton of attrition from his position. It's going to happen, but that's why I'm saying it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm buying this as well. Mike Mickens is an elite company. Absolutely elite company. What he's been doing the last couple seasons at Notre Dame with development and recruiting and retention is up there with like what Brian Hartline did all those years with Ohio State wide receivers. I mean, it is truly elite company. It's special, man. Buy, sell, hold. Based on the previous question, that is why, other than Marcus Freeman, Mike Mickens remaining on staff is the most important retention of a coach moving forward for continued success.
Of the current staff, absolutely. Yeah, I'll buy that. I just think he's coaching and recruiting at such an elite level that, yeah.
I was initially thinking it's between him or Denbrock, but then when you factor in like the recruiting aspect of what Mike Mickens has done solely for the DB position, yeah, it's probably him. I'm buying that as well. Another one from Teach. Buy, sell, hold. If you had the choice, which players would you want to bring back for the 26-27 season, assuming they were all to leave either in the draft or the portal? Jadarian Price, Jaden Greathouse, Christian Gray.
Okay, so let's work, because again, this was submitted before Jadarian Price announced. Because this was submitted, I think, yesterday. Jadarian announced during our show. Even with that being true, my answer is still the same. I'm buying Jaden Greathouse. I'm holding Christian Gray. I'm selling Jadarian Price. I think Jadarian Price has been the best player of those three so far. But you do have to look at positional value, and then also what's coming down the pike at those positions. And I don't know that there's anybody coming up at receiver that can do what Jaden Greathouse does. I think there's more likelihood that those other guys at corner and running back can. And Jaden Greathouse is the only one of those three that we've seen on the absolute biggest stage make the most consistent plays. Now, Christian Gray's had his moments on a big stage as well. Everybody wants to remember the play he got beat at the end of the Ohio State game, and let's forget how dominant he was against Penn State and how good he was for most of the Ohio State game. But I think, I'd love to have all three of them back. But if I can only have one of if I buy Greathouse, next would be Christian Gray, and it's a close next, and then sell would be Jadarian Price. And I think part of my thought on that too about Price is because I've just been convinced for months that he's going to go pro, that I haven't even really entertained the idea of him coming back. Like we talked about this summer. If he does what he did last year, he's going to go pro.
Yeah.
We pointed out this summer the example of Travis Etienne, or which one's the one that was at Georgia? Trevor, right? Was the one at Georgia.
Yep.
Like he never rushed for more than 800 yards in the season, and he was like a third or fourth round draft pick. And I'm like, he's not as good as Jadarian Price is. You don't have to be the guy. And in some ways, that might actually be good for you because you don't have that wear and tear of a number one back on you.
100%.
So I think that's partly also why Jadarian wasn't even in the conversation for me, because I've just been so long convinced he wasn't coming back.
No, that's fair. Look, overarching, I'm same as you. I would love for all three of these guys to be back, but if in order, I'm buying Jaden Greathouse, that's the same. I'm going to hold Jadarian Price and I'm going to sell Christian Gray. Not a slight at either of those players. It's just, I have more questions in the running back room without Love and Price than I do in the cornerback room without Gray. That's kind of how I view it. It's like, all right, Leonard Moore's obviously, he has to come back to college. Jadarian Price, it's like, okay, he's leaving a running back room that has Aeneas, who's stepping up into a big role. Kedron Young is coming off of an injury. Don't know what's going to happen with Jabron Payne. Nolan James is a redshirt, and then Javian Osborne and Jonas Walton are two true freshmen. A little bit more questions. Like, I watched Mark Zachary play field corner. So there is a cornerback behind him that can, he started 3 games this past year. And then on top of that, you have the other recruiting class that you're bringing in with Aiden Pouncey and Kari Adams and stuff. So that's my rationale behind why I go in that order.
And if you got a nickel out of the portal, you could also move Dallas Golden out there if you needed to.
Very true. From Irish Wolfhound, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will use Ian Premer's similarly to how Penn State used Tyler Warren.
Sell. I think they're very different players. I think that Ian is more of a vertical player. Tyler could do some things, but was more of a route runner, using your size, body position, stuff like that. I think I'd be willing to bet that where Irish Wolfhound is going with this is like he watches Ian Premer get handed the ball off in the backfield,
yeah,
and sees his make your miss ability like Tyler Warren had. I see that. I think their pass game skill set's a little bit different.
Agreed. Yep, see that the same. Then another one from Irish Wolfhound, buy, sell, hold. Joey O'Brien and Jadon Blair will start together at safety at some point in the next couple of years.
I'm sell that.
Buy, sell, hold from Irish Wolfhound. Among the many reasons why Freeman will stay at Notre Dame for the next few years, one reason is that he knows he still has a lot to learn as a fourth-year head coach. The best way to do that is to stay put.
Yeah, I don't think he sees it that way. I don't think he sees it that way. I'll sell that. I understand where you're coming from, and I think we all agree that this is true. I think if Marcus Freeman stays at Notre Dame, it's because he has things he wants to accomplish at Notre Dame, not that he has things he wants to learn. Because honestly, he could stay for 10 more years at Notre Dame, win 3 national titles, and that won't prepare him in any way, shape, form, or fashion, in my opinion, for being an NFL head coach. It's a very different animal.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we've seen the vast majority of the guys who went to the NFL from college didn't win. There's been some. Dennis Erickson had moderate success in the NFL. Pete Carroll's had a lot of success in the NFL. Most don't have success. Steve Spurrier was a failure. Urban Meyer was a failure. Nick Saban was a failure. I mean, Lou Holtz was a failure. People forget Lou Holtz was the head coach of the New York Jets for like a season and got fired. Like Jimmy Johnson had success. Obviously, that's another one that's had success. So there's been some, but the majority have not been successful as head coaches. Yeah. Barry Switzer kind of had success. He won a Super Bowl, but he wasn't coaching in college at the time. He was kind of, I think, retired. And I still think Barry Switzer benefited from the success. Barry Switzer was the NFL's Larry Coker. That's what I think Barry Switzer was.
For sure.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Never Missed Emil Wagner. If Emil Wagner leaves for NIL reasons, he will be the only starter to do so.
As of right now, I'd sell that. As of right now. That could change, but as of right now, I'll sell that.
And buy, sell, hold, Notre Dame should seriously consider adding Indiana to next year if possible to boost the schedule's perception. It would help Notre Dame's strength of schedule, and Indiana would jump at the chance to play Notre Dame again.
Indiana has zero interest in playing Notre Dame in the regular season. Zero. I mean, they don't even want to play Virginia. They want to pad the Big Ten. The Big Ten as an institution is basically trying to push this with a lot of their schools.
Yeah.
So, no. And Indiana is not on the schedule in 2026. The question was for next year. Indiana's on the schedule, I think, in 2030. Is when Indiana's 2030 or 2031. They're not on it next year. And so, and it's not that Indiana's ducking people. It's they're like, we're just going to have these warm-up games in the non-conference to prepare us for our tough Big Ten schedule that included like one really good team on it.
Yep.
And another solid team on it. They have no interest in that. I don't really care about Notre Dame's strength of schedule next year. I care about beating the teams you're supposed to beat. Just go out there and handle your business, and it doesn't matter who you play.
Agreed.
But they've already got a 12-game schedule. I mean, you got Miami and USC on your schedule next year. If that's not good enough to get you in the playoffs, then that means things went wrong in other games. You know what I mean? Handle your business, and you're in with the schedule you have. Just like if they'd have handled their business this year. If Notre Dame's 11-1 next year, they're in the playoffs. Where they are in the playoffs is going to depend on strength of schedule. Are they 3rd seed, 2nd seed, 7th seed? You know, like Texas A&M, that kind of suffered from that. You know, they went 11-1. They're a 7th seed. Why? Because their schedule overall was pretty, soft. If Notre Dame's 11-1 next year, they're in the playoffs. If they're 12-0, they're a top 4 seed. Like, it doesn't matter about their strength of schedule. They'll be a top 4 seed.
Buy, sell, hold from Noah Weiss. Notre Dame's elite recruiting, along with Marcus Freeman's leadership and ability to connect with his players, will allow the Irish to excel in the ever-changing and increasingly difficult transfer portal NIL house settlement era.
As long as he maintains that, yes, I buy this. As long as he maintains that connecting with the players. The thing that happens to a lot of Notre Dame coaches, even the great ones, is the longer they're here, the less they have that connection, because the more they get dragged into the other parts of being the head coach of Notre Dame. This isn't specific to Marcus Freeman. This is specific to being the head coach at Notre Dame. In the current era, if you're going to hide, as I said before, and I'm going to talk about it again, if you're going to hide behind GM decisions, and I'm not saying he's doing this. This is what we're seeing in college football. Head coach is saying, man, that sucks. I'm sorry, but that's the GM's decision. That's true at Stanford. That's true at Cal, where the GMs have the ultimate decision-making mode. That's not true at Notre Dame. So Marcus Freeman still has the authority at Notre Dame. Now, should Marcus Freeman delegate the financial part to the GM? 95% of it, yes. But Marcus Freeman still needs to be able to say to Mike Martin, I don't care what we got to do. We got to keep that kid here. And then Mike Martin's job is to go figure it out. So those are things that I look at, Trev, and I say, as long as the players still feel Marcus Freeman has their back, then absolutely, I think that.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the biggest ingredient with this whole thing. As long as he stays authentic to himself and what that means, absolutely could not agree more. Could not agree more.
I'm really upset with my wife right now. She just comes walking into the office. I told her not to come down here because I got her Christmas presents down here. I haven't wrapped them yet. I'm like, what are you doing? So she goes, I didn't see them. Liar. No. She don't listen, Trev. She don't listen.
Hey, I'm staying out of this one, brother.
Chicken.
I am. I'm staying out of this one. Those are my two bosses. I'm staying out of this one.
Oh goodness. Well played, Trevor. Well played.
Thank you. I have my moments. Buy, sell, hold from Noah Weiss 2. Had Virginia beaten Duke in the ACC championship game and received an automatic bid to the college football playoffs, Notre Dame would have been in the college football playoff as the 9th seed above Alabama, who would have dropped to 10. Miami would have been completely left out.
Yeah, we got asked this last week, and it's a very fair question, Noah. I have to sell that. I think they were going to screw Notre Dame no matter what. Because here's the thing. Even if Virginia wins, they're still going to put Notre Dame and Miami right beside each other once BYU lost.
100%.
And they were going to screw Notre Dame no matter what. Because now they get 2 teams from their league, an SEC league or an ESPN league in the playoffs.
I'm also going to sell this. I'm sticking with the assumption that I think the playoff committee had their playoff rankings set regardless of the outcome of championship weekend. The only question is who is going to be the one in over Notre Dame. But they would have been left out regardless. I agree completely.
Yep.
Another one from Noah, buy, sell, hold. Buy one, sell one, hold one. The best NFL landing spot for Jeremiah Love based on current mock drafts. 1, Minnesota Vikings. 2, Kansas City Chiefs. 3, Miami Dolphins.
Trev, do you have any insights on that? I don't watch NFL. The only thing that I could say that I've seen him projected to the Vikings at 11. I know you did an article today kind of looking at some of the draft projections and stuff. And I know in your article, you had mentioned that the Vikings is one where I think it's Dane Brugler, who I like a lot, has him going number 11 to the Vikings. That's the only one that I've seen. So other than that, I can offer no insight because I don't follow the NFL.
The easiest sell is the Miami Dolphins. They already have Devon Achane. He's a younger running back, and he's very sneakily, if that's even a word. He's a very sneaky top 10 running back in the league right now, in my opinion. Dual threat guy. Unfortunately, the list of good things going in favor of the Miami Dolphins kind of starts and ends with Devon Achane. Their team is just kind of not good. So I'm selling the Miami Dolphins. I'll probably lean towards buying the Minnesota Vikings. I would love to see what he does in a Kevin O'Connell type of offense. And their 2 running backs are decent. Like Aaron Jones is getting old, and Jeremiah Love from a schematic standpoint would fit what they like to do with Aaron Jones. And then their other running back, he was the backup running back for the 49ers last year. His name is escaping me. He's a decent running back. He's not on Jeremiah Love's caliber. And then I understand the fit at Kansas City, but with the injury to Patrick Mahomes, he's likely going to be out for the majority of the season next year. So it's like, do you pair him up with Gardner Minshew and hope that, in a year where Love can kind of get some experience and then be primed and ready in year 2 for when Mahomes comes back? Maybe, but I would still like to see what he does with Kevin O'Connell. So I'm buying one. I'm buy, hold, selling in that order. Buy, sell, hold from Reese's Christ. If we just flip the outcomes of the Miami and A&M game and keep the same rough stats, CJ and Love are in New York and Love wins.
I will buy the last part. Love wins. I still don't think CJ's in New York. I still think it would be the 4 that they had. I don't think they'd have 2 Notre Dame guys there. We've seen that before. I mean, didn't you have? I mean, Mac Jones was 2 the year that Devontae Smith was 1, correct?
Yep.
I believe in 2020.
Yeah.
But I don't think CJ's production was such that it would have warranted him being there over the guys that were there. I just kind of have this thing, call me crazy, that if you're not the best player on your team, you shouldn't be a Heisman finalist.
Agreed.
And CJ wouldn't have been the best player on his team. Jeremiah Love would have been.
Yep.
So that's just my personal opinion. And yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I'm the same way. View that the exact same. The buy, sell, hold. Next year's offensive line will be better than this year's offensive line.
Hold. I don't do this very often. Hold. I got to know who's staying.
Yep.
If let's just say that Notre Dame loses Emil Wagner, and the only reason we're bringing that up is because I feel like Pete Bavacqua kind of already hinted at that, and we've heard enough, and I think it's just out there. I don't think I'm protecting anything, and not discussing something that everybody hasn't already seen. But if he's the only guy that they lose, then I would say, yes, I absolutely believe that I'll buy that. If they also lose Billy Schrauth, let's say Billy goes pro, let's say Billy gets a big payday. I haven't heard either of those things. So I'm not giving you anything. I have no idea. So I look at it and say, if they lose more than one, and when I mean more than one, I mean like they just got to keep one of the three. Let's wrap it up. Here's what it is. Here's what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to be nice about it. As long as Billy Schrauth comes back, I'm good. As long as you were to tell me that Joe Rudolph is open to moving other guys around. But if Ashton Craig doesn't come back because they don't want to, let's say he's getting a good offer, they don't want to commit money to him with his injury history, which I would not like, but I would understand. And they're going to leave Anthony Knapp at left tackle, then I don't think you're going to have a better line next year than the one you had this year. If Anthony Knapp, if let's just say that they don't bring Craig back and they move Knapp to center, then I think we could be on. So there's things that just have to happen first. If they lose Billy Schrauth and they lose Ashton Craig and they lose Emil Wagner, I'm not confident they're going to have a better offensive line next year. Because I could see a scenario where Anthony Knapp and Will Black are both starting next year, but Anthony Knapp's playing, or Will Black's playing guard. I could see that. And I don't know that that'll be a better line than the one we have now. So yeah. I just need to see who stays and where are they putting them. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I get that completely. Shoot, man, I'm almost leaning towards selling this because there's so many moving pieces. It's like if Rudolph puts him in the right spots and if this guy comes back and if this guy gets moved, that's what's so hard about this. So for now, I'm going to sell this. I hope that I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that I think next year's is going to be bad either. Like this year's offensive line wasn't bad. I just don't know if next year's is going to be better. It has the potential to, but I think the thing that's frustrating is that it's not a definitive yes, it will be. And again, that's going to be another topic that we talk about this offseason. So for now, I'm selling. I hope that I'm wrong.
I want to be clear. I'm not saying that Billy Schrauth might leave. I don't know. What you guys have to understand is this is a new era. If this is a year ago, I'm like, of course Billy Schrauth is coming back. He's not going to go pro after only playing 7 games. This is a different era, folks. This is what we have to understand. It's a different era. Yep. And so all things are on the table. School comes in and says, hey, we're going to pay you. There was a report yesterday that the kid from Georgia Tech, the Philo kid who's a backup, is getting a $3 million offer from Florida. Now, I would be willing to bet you that $3 million offers for 2 or 3 years would be what I'd be willing. I don't think it was for 3 a year. I'd be shocked about that. But that kid is not a starter. He's not even a starter. If you're Georgia Tech, you'd love to have that kid next year at quarterback. But I can't offer that kid who hasn't started he started 1 game that kind of money. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, I'd love to have this kid back, but that school offered him $3 million. We can't afford to give him $3 million. He's not worth $3 million. He's our sixth best starter. He's their best starter. You have to play that game now, sadly. So it's more of a like, I just don't know how it's going to go. I can't guarantee that he's going to be back. That's why I said for some of this stuff about projecting next year starting lines and things like that, I got to see, give me 2 weeks until the portal opens, and then I'll have a better sense of it.
Very fair. I bet the same way. Getting into part 4 of the Buy, Sell, Hold here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by our friends over at FanDuel. Reese's Chris is getting us kicked off with another Buy, Sell, Hold submission. It says snaps by running backs will be split fairly evenly 3 ways instead of dominated by 2. This for me is a buy. I think that the running back room will be more by committee next year than seeing it dominated by 2. I think by and large, I think it's going to go mostly to Aeneas Williams and Kedron Young, barring his health. But I do think you're going to see a third running back get more involved, significantly more involved than what he was this past season. So I'll buy this.
Agree.
Buy, sell, hold. JMU and Tulane will be beat by more than the spread. Ooh. I mean, I can
what
see
is
it
the
right now.
spread on FanDuel right now?
Yep, right now on FanDuel, the spread for the first games. Ole Miss is favored by 17.5, and Oregon is favored by 21.5. So
it was 21.5, and what was the JMU one?
JMU was 21.5. Ole Miss Tulane was 17.5.
Oh man, I actually am gonna buy. I'm gonna buy this, but I could see Tulane being more competitive than JMU, just because I could see Ole Miss not being locked in. I could see Tulane, like of the two, that's the most likely upset. Number one, they've seen Ole Miss before. Number two, they've got nothing to lose. And number three, I think their head coach who's leaving has handled that way better than the other guy. You know, John Sumrall's giving Tulane money. He's not spending the next couple of weeks trying to poach players with him to Florida like the other guy is.
Yeah,
I could see that. I think they both cover. I'm gonna buy. I think they both of the winners cover, but I won't be shocked if Tulane doesn't cover. Am I saying that correctly? Again, I'm not the betting guy, right? Mm-hmm. Am I saying that correctly? Okay, good.
Yeah, that both Oregon and Ole Miss cover. You're saying?
Yeah.
Yep, you are saying that correctly. Okay. I'm going to buy it too. Like sometimes, especially with the playoffs, sometimes it just comes down to like who has the most talent. And with those two games, like I love what JMU did this year. I love what Tulane did this year. But I mean, Ole Miss covered their spread against Tulane in their first matchup, and I could see them doing it again, even without Lane Kiffin. And first round blowouts are just kind of something that we've seen just in the history of the playoffs. And I'm expecting significantly more of a blowout in these two games than I am in A&M Miami and Alabama Oklahoma. So buy, sell, hold again from Reese's Chris. Had Notre Dame been in the playoffs, the double-digit win margin would have stretched to the semis.
So I think it would have stretched to the quarters. I can't guarantee that they'd have beat Indiana by 10 or more. I have too much respect for Indiana. Yeah. And they were going to play Indiana or Ohio State in the first round. And no. Do I think they can beat both of those teams? Yes. Am I going to sit here today and predict they're going to beat them by 10 points or more? No, I'm not doing that. That's disrespectful to two really good football teams.
100%.
I would say this, that if Notre Dame ended up as the 9 or 10 seed, I think the two most pissed teams in college football about them being the 9 or 10 seed should have been Ohio State or Indiana.
Yeah.
Because I think they'd be like, there's no way Notre Dame's worse than that team who doesn't have a head coach, that team whose offense is trash. You know what I mean? Like, so yes, I think Notre Dame would have pounded Oklahoma or Alabama in the first round.
100%.
Pounded them. I don't think they would have pounded the quarters. Because, again, the premise is, in order for us to say this, it has nothing to do with the first round. In order for us to say this, that means we also have to believe they would have beat the number 1 or 2 seed also by double digits. And that's where I say I don't think so. Matter of fact, I would argue that if Notre Dame got into the playoffs, their toughest game in the playoffs would have been their quarterfinal game, because it would have been Indiana or Ohio State.
I think that's very fair. I'd argue the same sentiment.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from BK's last brain cell. SEC quarterback development has been average at best over the last 3 years and is on a decline.
100%. Yes.
Absolutely.
Easy buy. Could you imagine what Kurt Cignetti and Mike Shanahan could do with talents like DJ Lagway, Garrett Nussmeier, guys like that? Are you kidding me?
Lenore Sellers.
Yes. I don't know why an SEC quarterback would go anywhere other than like Texas or wherever Lane Kiffin is. I don't know why a top quarterback would want to play for anybody in the SEC outside of them. Texas A&M, they've done a good job with Marcel Reed. I'm going to throw them in there as well.
Agreed.
I'm trying to think outside of that. I can't think of a single current program that I could say has developed quarterbacks well. Maybe Jeff Lebby, but he's still got to show me he can do it as a head coach.
Sure.
He had some offenses as an OC that were pretty good, but there aren't a lot. There definitely are not a lot. So I agree with that completely. Easy
Absolutely.
Good submission.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why a bunch of, like, the SEC is home to a lot of transfer portal quarterbacks and will continue to be. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from BK's last brain cell. Nick Marsh should be the only receiver targeted in the portal. If he is not secured, Mike Brown's primary objective should be Cam Williams and Micah Gilbert.
Yeah, I buy that. We kind of talked about that yesterday. Yeah, I buy that. I want to go back to number 1 real quick. I'm actually going to have to agree. I'm going to have to change my stance on this a little bit because I just thought of something. SEC development has been average last 3 years. Buy on the decline. I'm going to actually sell that part. And here's why I'm going to sell that part. Because I think they added 2 guys who've done a pretty good job developing quarterbacks to the league, and Alex Golesh and John Sumrall, who replaced 2 guys that I don't think were doing a good job with that.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, like, Alex Golesh has done, like, it made me think in my head is somebody just said, what about Heupel? I don't know that I would agree that Heupel's done a great job of developing quarterbacks. He did with Hendon Hooker. He did a terrible job with Nico. And I think with the kid they had this year, I just think he kind of was what he was at App State, just had better players around him. I mean, I said this summer, remember, Trev, I was like, dude, Tennessee won that deal with UCLA. They won that trade. That's because of what he'd already done at App State. He just had better players around him. But who was the driver of the offense when Hendon Hooker had all his success? It was Alex Golesh. What's the quarterback position look like since Alex Golesh left? It hasn't been great. You know what I mean? So now he's back in the SEC. I kind of forgot about the new additions to the league. I think that's better than where it was. Is it gonna be great now? That they have to prove.
Yeah.
But I do think it's at least not declining now because you replaced a bad quarterback developer in Brian Kelly, a bad quarterback developer right now in Hugh Freeze, a bad quarterback developer in Sam Pittman. You've replaced at least 2 of the guys that have replaced those guys have a pretty good track record of developing quarterbacks. Yeah. Ryan Silverfield, I don't think was a great hire. But if Deuce Knight was smart, let me rephrase this. If Deuce Knight's family and agents were smart, and I don't know that they are, they would let Deuce stay at Auburn and play under Alex Golesh and not worry about getting a max deal somewhere else.
Agreed.
If they were smart, they would let him stay right where he is and develop under Alex Golesh. Assuming Alex Golesh wants him. I assume he would. I don't know why he wouldn't. But I look at what he did with Byron Brown and Hendon Hooker, and I'm thinking neither one of those guys is in the same universe from a talent standpoint as Deuce Knight. Like overall talent. Byron Brown's a tank, but he's not I think Deuce is even more athletic, and Deuce has got way better arm talent. That's where I'm at.
For sure.
That's where I'm at.
Another one from BK's last brain cell. Bisa Holt, Charles Jagasaw, and Gerby Lambert will start this season lined up next to one another next year.
I'm going to hope by that one. I'm going to hope by that one so bad. I am. I know some people are like, they want to see Jagasaw at left tackle, but I think now that Will Black's here and Jagasaw's injuries, I want to see Jagasaw at right tackle next to Gerby and just have this mammoth right side of the line. Give me Knapp and at center, Shrouth at left guard, and Will Black at left tackle, and I'm going to be a happy boy.
Yeah, that'd be a monster offensive line.
Yeah.
Bisa Holt, Davian Dixon, and Armel Mookum should be a top priority for Al Washington this offseason.
Oh, yeah, big time. Absolutely. Even if they get a portal guy.
Yeah.
Like, even if they went out and got the kid from Wake Forest, they got one of the big boys from UCF or Purdue. If they got one of those three, I'd still say this is an absolute buy.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolute
These
buy.
two guys are the future. They have to develop them.
Well, unless they're just going to keep going to the flipping portal every year. And I hope that Notre Dame, I mean, either Marcus Freeman's lying to us or they want to develop their own players. And I think they want to develop their own players. I think that's the smartest thing to do. Because here's the deal. A player that's developing is always going to be cheaper than a guy you got to go out and get in the portal.
Yeah, for sure.
And if you're trying, like, to me, if anything, the new era should cause them to double down on being a developmental program from high school. You can get like hometown discounts for guys that you've developed. You're not going to get a hometown discount from a guy that you're trying to get from somewhere else. Like, that's rarely going to happen. So, yeah, absolutely. Even if you get a portal guy, this is an absolute buy. Absolute buy.
Bisa Holt from Domer Grizz, Eric Schmidt will make the most field goals for Notre Dame in 2026.
Can I hope by that one, Trev? Just because it means that they have faith in him and he did great in practice and they're just not going to go get a portal guy and they're going to develop him for the next 3 years, I should say. Hope by that one.
Hope by.
I'm so over the portal kicker thing, but if you don't think Eric Schmidt's the guy, okay, then go get a portal guy. But man, I'm so over the portal kicker stuff.
As am I.
Definitely over that.
Bisa Holt from Airball, West Virginia. Illinois kicked Notre Dame out of the college football playoff. Provided every other game and results stayed the same in 2025, Illinois' last-second field goal to beat USC was crucial to Notre Dame's playoff hopes. With the USC win in that game, Notre Dame beats an undefeated USC and has a much better best win. Are we going to Bisa Holt each one of these? Or
I think it's the whole premise.
Okay. Notre Dame beats an undefeated USC and has a much better best win. The Irish move up a couple more spots in the polls and later in position to pass or stay ahead of Bama and Oklahoma. With one loss, USC stays in the top 10 for a while, and even with a road loss to Oregon, remains in the hunt for a college football playoff spot. And, of course, where there's a committee, there's shenanigans. And in my hypothetical, it ends up being between the Irish and Trojans for that 10th college football playoff rank where head-to-head matters. And I think we all know how that would have gone.
Yeah. There's a lot to this, and I think there's a lot of good points to this. I think if USC would have beaten Illinois, let me just kind of walk through this here real quick, okay? And I want to make sure I have all the facts of the matter. So USC, when they went to play Illinois, was ranked 21st. If they beat Illinois, pull up what I'm going through the rankings like week by week to just kind of see like what else happened those weeks. So that'd have been about week 6, Trev. So USC. Let's see here. USC fell out of the rankings. So let's say they were 21st. Did I say right? They were 21st in the AP. Illinois was 23rd. Notre Dame was 22nd. So they would have, say, moved up based on other results. They would have moved up probably 1 or 2 spots to number 20. Michigan would have been right ahead of them. And then they'd have beat Michigan the next week. And then that probably moves them up to top 15. Michigan jumped up to 15. So no, USC would have been top 20, and then Michigan was 15, and then they would have beat Michigan in week 7. That would have probably jumped them into that would have jumped into, because Oklahoma lost that weekend, Missouri lost that weekend, so they would have probably jumped up to about 12 or 13. I don't know that those 2 wins would have jumped them all the way into the top 10 by the time they went and played Notre Dame, just because they were coming from so far down. And there weren't a lot of teams that lost between then. So I think they would have got up into the top 12 to 13, looking at just the rankings. Because, I mean, Georgia Tech was at 12 undefeated. BYU was at 15 and undefeated. I think it got them 12, 13. I think they would have waited to see how they did against Notre Dame before they did that. Now, so I don't know about it, but I still think that's a much better win than USC being in the 20s and falling out, to his point. So I think there's a lot of merit to that. I still think at the end of the day, they'd have had Notre Dame right there behind Alabama. I mean, guys, look, Notre Dame's resume was already better than Alabama's. And all they would have done is just drop USC like a big rock in a little pond if they lost to Oregon. They can manipulate the rankings however they want.
Exactly.
And then they'd have been like, yeah, that Illinois win wasn't impressive. Illinois lost 5 games. Wasn't a good win. You lost to 2 of the 3 good teams you played all year. Michigan, the only one you beat is Michigan. And since then, you've lost to 2 ranked teams. What about Iowa? Yeah, they weren't ranked when you played them. I mean, that's the whole point, is that wasn't going to jump them ahead of Bama.
No. But
they were going to screw them, in my opinion, no matter what. That's where I'm at now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's where I've been at since, and I know you share the same sentiment. That's where I've been at since this Sunday the rankings came out. No matter what, absolutely no matter what, Notre Dame, it wasn't going to make this year's playoffs, and that was decided. And I've accepted that fact. I agree with the sentiment you're coming from here, Airball. I just Notre Dame was going to get left out regardless because of what happened in week 1 and week 3.
Yeah. I love his insight, though, right? Like, yeah. I love the way he's thinking through that. If this was a fair process, I think he nails that post. I'm just at the point now where I just don't think it was a fair process. But I think, to his point, if this was a fair process, I think there's a lot of merit to what he said. Because that would have given Notre Dame a much better number 1 win.
Sure. I agree with that for sure. Vice hold from Sergeant Steve Irish. Nick Lazinski will be the next linebacker coach at Notre Dame.
Hold. I have no idea. I liked Nick Lazinski a lot when he was here. Players loved him. I mean, he's worked with Marcus Freeman. I would absolutely look at Nick Lazinski. I don't know that he's the best guy for the job. I don't know who else is out there. If it was up to me, that's one guy I would look at for sure. I'm not saying I would hire him. I don't know who all the candidates are, but I would absolutely look at Nick Lazinski. I like Nick a lot. He's played at Notre Dame, and say, well, just because you played at Notre Dame doesn't mean anything. I get that. He's coached at Notre Dame. I know the reputation he built with recruits. I know the reputation he built with players and how he worked with them. I know the coaches at the time gave him a lot of freedom to work with guys. And, of course, he's done a pretty good job at Vanderbilt. So I would be totally fine with that. The reason I haven't gone out and said he's got to be the guy is because, again, I'm kind of trusting Marcus Freeman to a degree here. I am. But you can't ignore the fact that he's a co-defensive coordinator on a team that went 10-2 this year, who was always bad before him. So I'd be all about that. If that's where Marcus Freeman was looking, I'd support that. Absolutely. I like Nick Lazinski a lot. I think he can recruit and coach.
By so hold, Notre Dame will get Nick Marsh from Michigan State out of the portal.
I buy it as a possibility. It's too early for me to say for sure they're going to get him, Sergeant Steve. I can't tell you that for sure. I think that they'll look at him. I think they'll vet him. I think they'll see if it makes sense. Does he fit the team? Does he fit what we're trying to do? Does he want to be here, or is he just kind of going for the biggest payout possible? I think all those things, they have to find answers to all those, and I don't know the answers to those. But if all those things check out, I would certainly make a run at Nick Marsh, and I think if they do, they'll have a good shot to get him. But if he's looking for a max contract, I don't know that Notre Dame's going to want to play that game, nor should they with the talent they have on the roster.
Agreed. By so hold, Notre Dame will have a top-tier running back room next season, and the drop-off of Jeremiah Love won't be massive with returning talent next year.
The drop-off from a production will not miss a beat. I think Notre Dame will still be around a 200-yard per game rushing team. I think the yards per carry will be similar, and I think the receivers will have similar pass game production than what they had. But not all numbers are built the same.
Agreed.
I think they'll be playing behind a better offensive line if things go how we hope they go. I think that you'll have a more experienced quarterback that's going to be more of a burden for defenses to have to try to defend. And so I think that's why the production will be similar. The level of play won't be. There will be a big drop-off from the level of play. Love Aeneas Williams, love Kedron Young, love Nolan. I don't think there was a bigger Nolan James fan in evaluating that incoming class than I was. And, of course, the two incoming freshmen are studs. But none of them are Jeremiah Love from just an all-around game standpoint. Impact, highlight, just dynamic than Jeremiah Love. But the production, I think, could be similar as a unit. No one's going to rush, in my opinion, for 1,372 yards as an individual. But I think as a unit, we could still see them around 200 yards. We might even see them with a higher yards per carry average as a team next year than they had this year. But it doesn't mean that they were better than Jeremiah Love. It just means the circumstances were better, and they're very good players.
Yep.
Very good players.
Agreed. High level, the numbers will look the same. You just don't have a running back in the room that can get tackled 4 yards in the backfield, roll off of the stomach of a defender, get back up, and house it for 52 yards.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's pretty good.
Vice hold from, I'm going to assume that's, what is that, Father J.
Father J. Pop, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, right on. Vice hold. Will Black starts at some point next year.
Oh, I buy that. I absolutely buy that. I think Will Black will start at some point 10 next year. My only concern is I think he's going to start at guard.
Agreed. And by so hold, a true freshman defensive lineman and or safety makes the rotation in a major way.
I'll buy that. Because I think it's a possibility. I'm not predicting it. But I think it's possible that one of those four kids is just too good not to keep off the field as a regular.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I'm buying it too because Father J. Pop said and or. I think one of the defensive linemen will become a part of that rotation. I don't know who. I don't know if it's Elijah Golden, Tiki Hola, Ebenezer Utade, or Rodney Dunham, but I think one of them will.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold from Bergier 23. Chris Ash is our defensive coordinator in 2026.
Buy.
Yep, same. And buy, sell, hold, we have a new defensive backs coach.
I'm going to sell that for now. I don't know that there's been an offer out there that's too good to turn away, but I do think that it's not a give. Mike Mickens, I don't think, is going to leave just to be a DB coach somewhere else. But if a Power 4 school offers him a D coordinator job, I think he would. I don't know this. I've been told. I'm just saying I think that he would.
For sure.
That would be my thing.
Then buy, sell, hold, Joe Rudolph makes the right changes to the offensive line.
Sell. I got to see it. I got to see it. I wanted to hope by that one, but I can't. I got to see it. If he does, there will be nothing that's more impactful on this football team than that. If Joe Rudolph takes another step next year as a coach and makes better personnel decisions with who plays where, I think that will have a bigger impact on any portal pickup they have than keeping any player that they could keep. Because, again, Jeremiah Love's not coming back. That would be the only difference. That would be the only thing that have a bigger impact. But Joe Rudolph, to me, holds more than any coach, holds the key to Notre Dame being a championship team next year more than anybody else.
Yep, absolutely. It starts up front.
Yep.
Has to. Buy, sell, hold from Jordan Schreiber. Ian Premer has a better overall career than Michael Mayer.
Well, that's asking a lot. I'm going to sell that because I don't think he'll get the same opportunity to be the primary target the way that Michael Mayer was because of what's around him. He'll have a much better supporting cast around him. I think you can make a case that Ian Premer has a shot to, and I keep saying his name differently, like it's Premer one time, Premer. If Ian Premer, I think, could end up being a better player than Michael Mayer, that's possible. But I don't know that he'll have the production that Michael Mayer had. I think he can be just as rewarded, All-American, Mackey Award finalist, that kind of thing. I could see him winning that. I think he could even be more decorated than Michael Mayer. I just don't know that he's going to have the volume that Michael Mayer had.
Sure.
Because Michael Mayer didn't have the kind of all-around talent around him that Ian Premer will have to be going against. Will be not going against. We'll have to draw some targets away.
Yep, sharing the workload with. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Buy, sell, hold. The Butkus Award goes to a Notre Dame linebacker in 2026.
I'll buy that. I think that's possible. I don't know if they're ever going to have the production that they need to do that, but it's possible. And I'm in a good mood today. Overall, I'm in a good mood today.
Love it. I'm buying it too. Drake Bowen.
I think Drake Bowen has a chance to be one of the best linebackers. And some of the other best linebackers in the country that are perceived best linebackers this year are most likely going to be gone. Like, I would imagine Ohio State's going to lose both of their stud linebackers. I believe Jacob Rodriguez will be gone after this year. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so there won't be a bunch of those already assumed they're going to be better than Drake guys out there.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Another buy, sell, hold from, for sure. Another buy, sell, hold from Jordan Schreiber. We see an all green jersey season in the next 10 years, like the Joe Montana title year.
I'm going to sell that. I think there's just too much. There's just too much of the we got to mix it up thing. And rightfully so. I kind of like that. I don't know that I'd want to see an all green, to be honest with you.
I was just about to say, I'm going to hope sell this. I love the blue and gold. I don't want them to come out in all green for every game.
Agree. Even if they're mixing up the different types of greens, Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Brandon Plensner. Notre Dame takes 2 portal quarterbacks.
Sell. I think they might take 1. I think there's a better chance they take none than they take 2.
Agreed.
Unless they lose somebody else that they're not anticipating, but I don't know who that would be. Like, if Blake Hebert left, if Noah Grubbs was like, I'm out, then I could see that. But and then Teddy Gerard doesn't show up. I don't think any of those things happen. I think 1's most likely.
For sure.
Now, what I could also maybe see them do is go find another 2020. If they can't get Teddy Gerard to reclassify, I'd go look for another 2026 quarterback that just wants to be at Notre Dame. That doesn't really care about starting. You know what I mean? There's can be a good scout team, like an Anthony Rizak type of player. You know what I mean? Like, I'd go out and try to find that kind of guy.
Sure.
Someone that can run my scout team, someone that's going to be a great teammate, someone that's really smart. He can signal things. You know what I mean? Like, I'd go out and try to get another guy like that for depth. Absolutely. Because you have more room to work with kids like that because you can offer more scholarships. So that's where I'm at.
Bicep, we didn't. Yep.
Sorry, it's going a little crazy for me right now. I hit it once and it's going like 4 things. So,
no worries.
Wasn't intentional.
Technology will technology. I understand completely. Buy, sell, hold from Domerson's birth. Team's chances to win a championship if they made the playoffs. 2015 Ohio State, 2023 Georgia, 2025 Notre Dame.
Of those 3 teams, I think 2015 Ohio State's the best team. I'd buy 2015 Ohio State, I'd hold 25 Notre Dame, and I'd sell 23 Georgia. Okay. I said all year 23 Georgia wasn't as good as people thought they were.
It's played in a real easy division of the SEC.
Very much so. Very much so. Yeah. But that 2015 Ohio State team was nuts.
Loaded.
If there was a 12-team playoff back then, they would have, I think, won a championship.
Agreed.
I don't think I've heard people say the 2018 Ohio State team would have won a championship as well. I think that team was more flawed. And in 2018, they would have had to beat one or two of, or I mean, they would have had to beat probably one or two, at least one or two of that 18 Clemson team, that 18 Bama team, that 18 Oklahoma team, and that 18 Notre Dame team. I don't know that they're going to win it that year. That was a great Ohio State team, but I don't think they were a top 3 or 4 team that year. That 15 Ohio State team, outside of that one bad game against Michigan State, was nasty.
Yeah, they were filthy.
Nasty. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was a tremendously talented team.
Oh, yeah. Another one from Domer since birth, buy, sell, hold. Knowing what you know now, would you have gone for 2 after every touchdown during the A&M game? Swap Golden and Hobbs roles for the A&M game, or decline the penalty on Terry Bussey's fourth quarter touchdown kickoff return in the A&M game?
So what I think will be more fun is to buy, sell, hold each one.
Okay.
Doesn't quite say what he wants to do. So let's buy, sell, hold each one, Trev. Let's go the first one. Gone for 2 after every touchdown during the A&M game. What say you?
I know what we know now. I mean, buy, because that would have gotten you more points by the end of the game. I mean, I guess
if you make them.
I was just about to say, it doesn't say that.
Yeah.
Yep, it doesn't say that you convert on them, but we'll see. But I'll buy that.
I'd sell that one. That wasn't your issue. Let's go next one. I'd have swapped Dallas Golden and Carson Hobbs roles for the A&M game.
Absolute buy.
Agree completely. Declined penalty on Bussey's fourth quarter touchdown kickoff return in the A&M game. Again, knowing what we know now, what would you do, Trev?
I know what we know now. I'd probably buy that one too.
I would absolutely buy that one, knowing what we know now. Because what's funny, Trev, is I said that at the time. I said to Angela, I said, man, I kind of wish they wouldn't have thrown that penalty. Because at the time there was no faith that I had at that moment that the Notre Dame defense was going to stop Texas A&M. I had zero faith they were going to stop Texas A&M. Zero.
I mean,
even on fourth and goal from the 11, I didn't have a lot of faith they were going to stop them on that play.
No, I had the same amount of faith that Notre Dame's defense was going to stop Texas A&M's that I had in Texas A&M's defense to stop Notre Dame's offense.
Exactly. 100% correct. Yes, knowing what we know now, I would decline that penalty. You know what I mean? Like, if I had a DeLorean that could go back in time, I would absolutely go back to Marcus Freeman before the game and say, listen, you're not going to believe me, but this is what's going to happen. In the fourth quarter, you're going to miss an extra point, and you're going to kick off to them, and they're going to return it for a touchdown, and it's going to get called back. Decline it. Just trust me, coach. Decline it. Then I'm hopping back in my DeLorean, and I'm taking off back to, after the game. But yes, that would yes. Looking back, I think you had a better chance of letting the score happen, and then you've got 2 minutes left, right? Still would have been 2 minutes left.
Oh, over. I mean, it wasn't even at the 2-minute warning. Notre Dame scored with 2:53 left on the clock.
Yeah, plenty of time to go down and score. 100%. Yes.
Buy, sell, hold from Tuitt Tubbies. Notre Dame's recent success on the field and on the recruiting trail has helped erode the hesitancy the SEC might have had entering a scheduling agreement in years past, now viewing it as something they can sell to future recruits.
Yeah, I kind of buy that. I've never thought of it like that, Trev.
Me neither. Almost as now Notre Dame is a worthy opponent, and now we
because if you lose to them, it's no big deal. They're really good, but hey, I got to play against Notre Dame. If you beat them, it's holy moly, we beat Notre Dame. You know what I mean? I think there's something to that.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Salty Virginia Peanuts once again saying things that are completely false. If Brian went back to the future, he would have played Wu-Tang Clan at the prom. Why are you assuming I didn't do that anyway?
Hey.
Come on, Salty. I was a starting quarterback, and I set and broke the single game strikeout record 5 times my senior season. If I wanted Wu-Tang played at the prom, and even though I went to Christian school, believe me, I had Wu-Tang played at the prom. I'm just going to leave that right there. Okay. because we weren't allowed to dance either. Because the school I went to was affiliated with the Baptists, and apparently they were the Footloose type.
I was
of
just about to
Baptists.
say, you were throwing strikeout records. Kevin Bacon was dancing.
Exactly.
It's mayhem.
Exactly.
Okay.
Everybody Footloose. Yeah, exactly right. Here's what happened to my senior prom, and I start repeating like the movie from Footloose and see who gets it. You know what I mean?
It's what we should do when we start.
Yeah,
when we start talking stories from high
because what's
school.
funny is my date was the pastor's daughter. Like that's that's what makes it even funnier. Yeah, it was good times. Good times. I could have gotten away with that. Like, so here's what happened. I got in this fight with this guy. We were racing, tractors. Man, it was scary, Trev, because I got my shoelace caught in a tractor. I couldn't, I'm
just start talking.
One of the Penn brothers, I had to teach how to dance. You know what I
mean? Yeah, man. Don't get me started on my high school. I skipped school all the time. I got up to 9 times, but I hacked the computer system, said it was only 4. Tried to convince my best friend who was sick to go out and hang out with me, but we stole his dad's Ferrari, believe it or not. I mean, it was crazy. My high school experience was nuts. I almost got caught. I sang in a parade.
Oh, all right, Ferris. That's awesome. It's just been funny. Like, who would have got that? Like, who would have picked up on that? Like, what was your senior prom like? And just start going through like
nobody would have picked up. Nobody would have picked up the movie reference. They would have been like, Trev's friend didn't have a Ferrari. Like that's the only takeaway.
I know Trev. His dad didn't have a Ferrari. Yeah. Oh my goodness. My dad just texted me. He's just now listening. He's behind in the show, and he says, "What about Scrooged?" My dad loved the movie Scrooged. I was not as big of a fan, Dad. I'm sorry. I was not a big of a fan of Scrooged.
Dang.
Now the original, A Christmas Carol, I like. It just depends on which version do you want to watch, because there's like 90 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
But yes, my favorite one is what? Oh my goodness. What? I can't remember the name of the actor that played Patton. Was it George C. Scott? Yes, George C. Scott. The one with George C. Scott is probably my favorite version of A Christmas Carol. It's an older one. The one with the animated one with Jim Carrey was pretty good as well.
Yep,
I thought
that one was good.
But my favorite one is the one with George C. Scott.
Agreed.
There was one with the guy from what's his name? Patrick Stewart had one. It was okay. But the one with George C. Scott's still my favorite.
Buy, sell, hold from Two at Tubby's. The SEC wants a scheduling agreement with Notre Dame to give them a foothold in media markets they don't have natural ties to.
Agree completely.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yep.
Buy, sell, hold from J.D. McKillon. I'm sorry if I butchered that last name. But buy, sell, hold, 5 to 10 players jump in the portal, majority being backups, but some key starters or role players.
I think there's a chance it'll be more than 10.
Yeah.
But I think for the most part, the majority will be backups or role players. I'm not anticipating like 6 starters leaving and 5 key backups leaving. I think there just could be a couple more than we think of those guys. I think we'll see more than 10 guys jump in the portal. Some of them will be like Chance Tucker just announced he was jumping in the portal. Well, Chance, I love Chance. Great kid. Love his parents. Just awesome people. Like, he comes from good stock. But Chance didn't have the option of coming back to Notre Dame next year. But he's in the portal. You know what I mean? So, like, Anthony Rizak was, like your 4th or 5th string quarterback. Like, a lot of them will mostly be that. There's already been 3 jump in the portal already, and 2 of them, like, and I love the Rizaks, love Anthony, but it's like that's not a loss for your football team. You know what I mean? Like if you were to lose, like when losing Kenny was, you know what I mean? So I think most will be that, but there will be more guys we don't want to lose that are going to jump in than maybe some of you are thinking is going to happen.
For sure.
Buy, sell, hold. IB is greater than Josh Pate's college football show. Buy.
Buy, sell, hold. With the 2027 quarterback commit possibility of reclassification, will Notre Dame look at another quarterback in 2027?
It's more of a question, but I'm going to give it to you anyway, buddy. That's a buy, that they will look for another quarterback. Yes. I'm just waiting on the text where my dad gets mad at me because I'd say Scrooge wasn't on my favorite Christmas movies.
Buy, sell, hold from John A1 in 2026. 3 Notre Dame defensive linemen will have 5+ sacks in the regular season.
I'll buy that. I'll definitely buy that. I mean, you had 7.5 from Boubacar this year. You had 3 from Burnham. You had 2 from Bryce. I could see both of those guys. And Burnham missed. I mean, he played in all 12 games, but I mean, he basically was like for half the season was a barely used guy.
Yep.
If he'd have played all year, the number of snaps he played, he would have had. So you're close there anyway. And the other thing too is, at least early in the season, I anticipate them not having Kingston early in the season. So you may see them rely more on Bryce and Boubacar and Josh together. So I think we could see that.
Absolutely.
So
and buy, sell, hold again.
Hold on. Wayne Miller got a threat to ban you. He said, someone clip that Brian's dance. Don't you dare. Don't you dare do that. Nobody wants to see that again, Wayne. Don't even think about it. Nobody clip that at all. Please don't do that. Nobody wants to see that. And I don't want to see that again. So don't do that, Wayne. You're killing me. Go ahead, Trev.
Buy, sell, hold from John A1. Anthony Knapp will start the 2026 season on the interior of Notre Dame's offensive line.
Sell. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yep.
If I were to hope buy, I would hope buy this. But sell it. I'll see it when I believe it.
100%. Buy, sell, hold again from John A1. Run blocking from the tight end position in 2026 will be the most dominant from the position in school history.
Sell. Like you will never see run blocking at Notre Dame ever again like we saw during the Lou Holtz era. Like ever. It's because the game isn't even that way anymore. If you want to say the best of the last 10 to 15 years, that's possible. I mean, if Cooper Flanagan's healthy and you got him and James Flanagan run blocking next year, like that's going to be pretty good.
Absolutely.
But John, you're a young fella. I don't know how many games you saw from Notre Dame in the early to mid 90s, but even in some of the years when Notre Dame wasn't good, their blocking was really good. So recent history, sure, but can't go with you on that one. And there's been some good years. I mean, Tommy Tremble, Brock Wright in 2020, 2021? What year was that? Troy Nicholas was a pretty darn good blocker in 2012 and 2013. So, but you could have multiple really good blockers next year. Yes. Yeah.
And buy, sell, hold. One of either Braden Robinson or Bubba Frazier will earn a role as a gadget player in the 26 offense to run reverses, pop passes, and bubble screens.
It's possible. Yeah, I buy it as a possibility. Absolutely. Now, I think maybe you could even see Jordan Faison do that. The reason I think there's some merit to maybe having one of those two younger guys do that is just because they're faster.
Yeah. I
think Jordan's as elusive as those guys are. You just watch them on punt returns. But I don't know if those guys can run like he can.
For sure.
That's the difference for me. I want to go back to something else. I'm going to give you Notre Dame's rushing stats per game during the Lou Holtz era. Okay. From 1988 on, 258 yards a game, 1988, 287.7 in 1989, 250.3 in 1990, 269.1 in 1991, 280.9 in 1992, 260.7 in 1993. Even the bad year where they went 6-5-1, they were at 215.6 in 1994, 233.8 in 1995, and that was with Ron Paulus at quarterback, who was not a great athlete. 269.5 and 200 in 1996. So the worst year of rushing under the Holtz era was 215 yards per game. They aren't doing that without some dominant tight end blocking. And they had a lot of them. Let's just say this. Oscar McBride, my boy, I love Oscar. He wasn't playing a lot for Notre Dame because he was a great pass catcher. Not that he wasn't a good pass catcher, but Oscar, Big O was in there because he was going to be doing some blocking. So, yes, can't go there.
Buy, sell, hold from Black Irish 864.
Mm.
Ian Premer will lead the tight end position in receptions and yardage.
Ooh, I'm going to sell that because he's not an early enrollee. I think that might slow his start down a little bit, but this isn't super far off. This isn't. I could see that. I could see that
for sure.
I'm going to sell for now, but I could see that.
Then another tight end question. Buy, sell, hold. The tight end group will more than double the productivity from last year's season. I mean, shoot. If we're talking touchdowns, they have to catch 3.
Is it that much?
I mean, I think one tight end all season caught a touchdown.
Yeah, so if he said to double, you just would need 2.
Yeah, more than double. Yeah.
Yeah.
The group will more than double the productivity.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, you might get that in a game.
Yeah.
So catches, Eli Raridan had 32 catches. And then Ty Washington had 5. Jack Larson had 3. I mean, you'd have to have over 80 catches next year at the tight end position to more than double that. I don't know that they're going to have more than 80 catches.
No, I would sell receptions and yards. I would definitely buy touchdowns if we could separate it into those.
Yeah. And even, because I mean, Eli Raridan had 482 yards by himself. I mean, he averaged over 15 yards a carry. If you just double that, that's 964 yards just from what Eli had.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to come here close to that.
No.
Yeah. Touchdowns, I think they're going to at least quintuple that. I think I'm going to get 5. You know what I mean? Like, yes. Sorry. I didn't get the second one of B. Plents. We answered the first one earlier, but I had the first one on there twice.
No worries. Coach Freeman is willing to retain Chris Ash, even if it means letting Mickens leave for another opportunity. Buy, sell, hold.
As far as I know, buy. As far as I know. I'm not going to sit there and put my reputation on it because I don't know. I haven't talked to Marcus Freeman about that. I haven't talked to Marcus Freeman about anything since the summer. And that was in a group of a press conference, a bunch of people. So I have no idea what he thinks of it. But based on what we see and based on what I've been told by others, I think that's most likely a buy. I'm not given. I could see Freeman doing something different, but I don't think that he does. So that's where I'm at for now. Buy.
Fair.
I think he'll ignore what happened in September and look at how better things got after the words and just assume that that's who Chris Ash is going to be from now on. And I would not make that assumption if I was Marcus Freeman. But I think that's what he'll do, and then that helps him convince himself that he made the right hire last year. That's what I think is going to happen. I could be wrong, and he could make a decision, and I hope that he does. But I don't have any evidence of that, and I don't. If I say buy, then people are going to think that I have knowledge that he's going to make them a move, and I don't. Is Trev frozen?
But no, I was. My screen was frozen. I was waiting for it.
Okay, gotcha.
Change. Buy, sell, hold from Marvin 2584. Within the next 5 years and after a championship for Notre Dame, a certain sports network will run another piece thanking Notre Dame for opting out of the bowl selection this season and helping them to correct the playoff selection process by exposing the hypocrisy of it all. Similar to the piece they ran in 2020, this will last all of about 3 months before they begin blasting Notre Dame again.
Yeah, bye. Yes. Hey, this is such a good submission. Yes. Yes. Agree completely. Yes.
Definitely.
That is, you so nailed the relationship ESPN has with Notre Dame. They will use them and hype them up when it benefits them, and they will tear them down when it benefits them. So, yes, agree completely.
100%.
Agree completely. That's very well done. Very well done, Marvin.
Buy, sell, hold again from Marvin. Other players, coaches, and athletic directors will publicly praise Notre Dame for taking a stand by opting out of the season's bowl appearance within the next calendar year.
I don't know about that. I don't publicly take a stance. Has anybody done that so far? I haven't seen anything.
No. I mean,
I don't think so.
most other coaches, players, and athletic directors just kind of avoided it from the Notre Dame lens. They've just done a good job of inflecting it back to their program. Like Clark Lee was asked about it because he was a former defensive coordinator at Notre Dame, obviously, and his answer is just, look, I can't speak on that. I'm just excited for our team's opportunity to go out there and compete.
Yeah.
That's basically been the general consensus.
Yeah. I don't think we're getting anything different than that. And I think within 2 weeks, it's going to be a non-discussion, a non-topic of discussion.
By so hold, the ACC will exist 5 years from now.
But it will be in its final years. Because basically that's going to get us to 2030. That's when you see Florida State opt out. You're going to see Clemson opt out. Some other teams opt out. I think it'll take a year or two for them to completely die. I think they'll try to do what the Pac-12 did and convince, I think the ACC, I'm going to sell this because I think the ACC will survive beyond that, but I think it'll be a lot like how the Pac-12 is surviving now.
Yeah.
They're going to go out and get a bunch of them. The ACC is going to be like all the teams the power conferences don't want. It'll be like Wake Forest, teams like that, and BC, and then they're going to go get like Memphis, South Florida, Navy. You know what I mean? Like, in an attempt to survive, kind of like what the Pac-12 was doing by getting like Boise and San Diego State and teams like that. And it'll no longer be a power league, but it'll still be called the ACC. That's what I think ultimately is going to happen. They won't have the same TV deal, all that kind of stuff, but they will still survive as a league. They just won't look anything like they look now, and Notre Dame won't be part of it either. That's the trajectory we are on right now. Can they reverse course? It's kind of like we were talking about, Scrooged, right? My dad brought up Scrooge and then talking about the Christmas Carol. There was actually a really a kind of cute Hallmark version of that my wife made me watch the other day, which was actually pretty good. But, let's say that the ACC leadership gets a sort of a Christmas Carol type of intervention from, ghost, God, whatever you want to use for this analogy, and they reverse course, they can save the ACC. The ACC is still redeemable. But the further we go along this way, the less likely that becomes.
Sure.
Like there was times you could have saved the Pac-12, but by the time you tried to start making changes, it was too late. It's too late.
Buy so hold again from Marvin. The infamous emails sent by the ACC will be exposed to public scrutiny, thus justifying Notre Dame's position.
After a court case, yes. Notre Dame doesn't, unless somebody else leaks them, Notre Dame won't leak them. At least they better not. So at some point in time, those will get out, yes. As long as Notre Dame actually does something. If Notre Dame just kind of eventually lays down and takes this, then it won't change anything. That's again our fear. But if Notre Dame fights them, that'll be the case.
Agreed. And buy so hold from ND for life. Over under 11.5 regular season wins in 2026.
Right now, I'm in a good mood. I think this team is going to react well. I'm trying to put a positive, outlook on things. I'll buy that. I think if Notre Dame handles what happened to them well next year, and we'll know by the time we get to August, we'll know. We'll have enough knowledge of things that have happened to know this team is responding well to it. I'll predict them to be 12-0.
Yeah.
If the offseason goes the way I think it can go, I have no problem with that. I think the schedule's set up even better than this year to go undefeated. But, I mean, there's a lot I need to learn between now and then. But because I'm in a good mood and we're getting close to the end of the show, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll buy that, Indy for life. And by the way, as I always try to remember, my friend, thank you very much for your service. We appreciate you and the fact that you serve our country very much, my man. Appreciate that.
And Biso hold a representative with ties to Notre Dame and will be a part of the College Football Playoff Committee this upcoming year. I mean, honestly, I'm going to hope sell this. Like I've been pretty consistent with what I want the committee to be made up of. I don't want anybody with current ties to any school to be a part of the committee.
Yeah.
And that also falls under the category Notre Dame. Yeah. That's where I'm at.
Ties, you're always going to have some ties to schools in regard to some guy went here, played there, used to work at here. You know what I mean? Like I think there's always going to be some of that. No direct ties. But even if in the current system, I don't think we'll see any Notre Dame ties on next year's committee. Because they don't just like put out a brand new committee every year. They just cycle a few people off every year. I don't see that. I don't see them having any push. And I don't know that Pete Bavacqua's got the kind of pull to do that.
Sure.
And if there is anybody in the ties, that person has to sit out conversation about Notre Dame anyway. Ivan Mizell had to sit out Notre Dame at conversations because he wrote a book about Notre Dame. He went to Alabama. I don't think he had to sit out the Alabama conversation, but he had to sit out the Notre Dame conversation. So that person would have to sit out that conversation anyway. They couldn't advocate for Notre Dame.
Buy, sell, hold from ND for life. Aeneas Williams will rush for over 750 yards and have over 250 receiving yards this season if he stays.
Buy. Yeah. I mean, as of right now, because I think you're going to need to bring Kedron along slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if we're talking especially more than 12 games, I absolutely buy that. Yeah, I could definitely see Aeneas doing that. I mean, guy had almost 300 yards this year, and he didn't even play a meaningful down. He averaged over 9 yards a carry. Like, yeah, I'll buy that. You know what I mean? Like, I'll definitely buy that. Certainly.
Definitely.
Certainly. And then that's the last of those, Trev, but we do have a couple super chats that we will bring up here as we wrap this up. So let's get to these last couple. We'll get this one right here. This is a buy, sell, hold. Peppermint bark.
I'm going to be honest. I don't really know what peppermint bark is. I'm going to sell it anyways because I think peppermint should only be in gum or toothpaste.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of peppermint candy either. So I'll. It's basically like it's peppermint with like sometimes they'll put like chocolate and it like they break it off in like a little piece. It's got some other stuff and mixed into it. It's like it's in the same family as peanut brittle. It's not the same thing as peanut brittle, but it's the same family of where you know what I mean? It's you
Yep.
Yeah.
I get you.
But I'm not a big fan of peppermint either, to be honest with you. Raymond Harton, thoughts on Codlin? I think he's a very good recruiter. I think that's his role. He's a very good recruiter from what I've been told. So I think he does a very good job in that regard.
And then super chat from Gavin Schmavin. Appreciate you. Buy, sell, hold. The SEC is losing the big postseason games now due to injury because their schedules are harder.
So. Absolutely so.
That's
such a cop-out. I'm not saying you're saying that, Gavin. I'm saying that. I sell that, yes. Yeah, I sell that.
Yeah, 100%. Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. Sounds good. Charlie Weiss, last belt loop. Appreciate the super chat. I think the offensive yards will look really special because of the weak schedule in 26. My concern is the playoffs. What will they look like? I mean, that's always a concern when you get to the postseason. I mean, you just never know because, I mean, you could argue that the playoff field right now, it's, you know, has Ole Miss faced a defense comparable to Georgia's from the regular season that they're going to face in the playoffs? I don't know. And the last time they faced a playoff caliber defense, they lost. It's always a concern. But I do agree in the first part. I do think the offense will look really special.
Mm-hmm. I think no. If numbers are inflated, they'll be inflated from greatness. They're not going to be a normal 32 point per game team, but they're going to score 45 because they play a weak schedule. Number one. Number two, even if that's true, even if I accepted your premise, it's a weak schedule, I would still sell this because what I just said, you don't go from 32 points a game, but because your schedule is weak against a bunch of Power 5 teams, you're going to score 45 per game, and then you're down to 23 in the playoffs. That's not how it works. In 2023, for example, Notre Dame scored a ton of points, but every good team they played, and not just Ohio State, I'm talking Duke, Louisville, Clemson, they were in the low 20s. It didn't take a great team to stop that offense. It just took a good team to stop that offense, a good defense to stop that offense. That's how that normally looks. So I think, and then number two, I reject the premise of it being a weak schedule. I reject that premise. Is it a gauntlet? No. But we have to stop as a fan base. We are fans of an institution that prides itself on being academically superior. We need to pride ourselves on being conversationally superior. We get mad at other fan bases for having no nuance, and then sometimes we do that a lot. Well, I shouldn't say sometimes we do that a lot, just contradict. We do that a lot. It's not vintage 1989 schedule where they have 8 ranked teams or weak and there's no in between. There's a lot of in between. Is this a brutal schedule? I don't think it will be a brutal schedule by any stretch. Is this 2021? No. That was a weak schedule. You played one remotely ranked team all year, and they beat you. That's not what this schedule will be. This will be a good schedule, not a great schedule by any stretch. I'm not going to spin it, Trevor, but I think USC is going to be pretty good next year. I think Miami's going to be pretty good next year. I think that, Michigan State's going to be improved next year. I think Wisconsin's going to be improved next year from where they are this year. Navy's going to still be a good football team. SMU's a good football team. SMU was in the playoffs last year and was a last game of the season loss away from playing for the ACC championship. Is that a schedule? I'm like, stack that up against Georgia's schedule, baby. No, I'm not saying that. But that doesn't make it weak. And that's what frustrates me in this conversation. We can say, guys, this is a very manageable schedule that Notre Dame should handle. That's fine because they're really good. But it's not weak to where they're going to score 46 a game, but it's all smoke and mirrors because once they play a real team, we're going to know before we get to the playoffs, because if they're not that team, they're not going to score on Miami.
Sure.
So I think we need to have some nuance here and sit there and say, folks, well, let's not try to spin this and act like Notre Dame's schedule matches up with what Georgia had in 2024. Let's not pretend that's in the same universe as what Georgia had to face in 2024. Like, can we do that? But let's not also buy into the spin that they then give us on the other side and act like a schedule with 10 Power 5 teams is somehow weak, because it isn't that either. It's not Indiana's 2024 schedule either. You know what I mean? So I think it's in between of those things. That's where I think it is.
That's fair. Very fair.
And the other thing, Charlie, there is something to the thing that he says that I like, which is that was a question that I had about this year's team with the offensive line. So I think there's merit to that. The thing is, though, Charlie, is if you know what you're looking for, you can get a sense of that. You could get a sense of, hey, this, like, and we knew that about the 23 team. Like, you got to a point in time where, like, look, they're really good against inferior teams, but when they play anybody with a defensive pulse, they struggle. We'll know from watching film if this team is just out-towning people or if they're schemed well, if they're coached well, if they're, playing at a high level that translates to the next level. There's perfect example, Trev, what 2021. You and I have talked about this. You weren't part of our team at the time, but you and I have talked about this. You remember me saying in 2021, this team is not as good as their record shows.
100%.
This team does not belong in the college football playoffs. Because you could see the games, but like, yeah, they're beating these teams, but this team has no business being in the college football playoffs. Right? Like that was a weak schedule that inflated your ranking. But in that season, you were barely beating Toledo. You were barely beating Virginia Tech. You were barely beating Florida State. So if you're a real playoff team, you're destroying those teams. It'll look like Florida State in 2013. That's actually a great example, Trev. That was a team that I thought, by and large, played a really soft schedule that I would even argue was softer than what Notre Dame's is going to be in 2013 or 2026. But they went out and handled business. I mean, they won 41-3, 62-7, 54-6, 48-34, 63-0, 51-14 over a Clemson team that ended up being pretty good that year. A Taj Boyd Clemson team beat NC State 49-17, beat Miami 41-14. That was a now Golden Coach team that was borderline top 25. Beat Wake 59-3, Syracuse 59-3, Idaho 80-14, beat Florida 37-7, and then beat Duke in the ACC championship 45-7. They still went out and won the national championship that year. You could see that was a really good football team. Now, did they have trouble early on adjusting to Auburn because they hadn't played anybody like that all year? Yeah, but when they figured it out, look what happened. They came back, and weren't they down like 17-0 or something like that early in that game?
I know it was double-digit deficit.
Yeah,
sure.
it came back and won that game. So you can tell when you're watching film if this team is not as good as we think it is. So we'll have a sense if that's true. But if they're scoring 46, 47 points a game, 45 points a game, I don't care who you're playing at the Power 4 level. That's pretty good.
Agreed.
So that's where I'm at. So, Trev, that'll do her, man. Great job today. Great
Folks,
job today.
Another fun buy, sell, hold. Appreciate all the submissions. A lot of good conversation. If you're not tired of me yet, I'm getting ready to hop over into the IB Nation Sports Beat with Mr. Sean Stiers. That's already rolling. So be sure to give us a listen here. On your way out of here, be sure to hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell, share this podcast with your friends and family. Anybody that you know loves Notre Dame and college football as much as you do. But as always, folks, it is now the offseason. Best way to stay in tune and stay in the now is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So until tomorrow, that's Brian. I'm Trevor. We will see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.